How y'all doing? How y'all doing? This is Revolutionary Blackout. We're just trying to find out the strategy overall. So just I know before we click on mute on them and whatnot, you know we don't condone trolling. We don't condone hate speech. Do not harass these women. If you're gonna criticize them on their politics, and that's it. If they're too far left for you, if they're too far right for you, say what you got to say, but do not go and harass anybody. So, but if you like, I can't stop you guys. I'm just saying I don't condone it. So let's get this started.
You really led the charge in terms of getting this stream together and saying, listen, we need to do something. We can't sit around on our duffs and hope things get better. We need to back people who are stepping out into the void and trying to do something out there in the country. You have selected these candidates because you think that they represent a different direction for the Democratic Party, but for the country at large. Could you just tell people a little bit who these people are and why you think that they are so worthy of everybody's support?
I'll be glad to do that. It was a little over a year ago that I began endorsing candidates, working with my friend and a bit of a mentor, Howie Klein, from the Down with Tyranny blog that I'm sure many of you read. And I had felt after I myself ran for office that I wanted to, in whatever way possible, continue to support the issues, the policies, the topics that had meant so much to me when I ran. Because these issues matter to millions of people. And what is particularly frustrating for many of us now is that when it comes to something like Medicare for all, the majority of people want it. When it comes to free college, the majority of people want it. When it comes to canceling the college loan debt, the majority of people want it. When it comes to a more righteous foreign policy, the majority of people want it. When it comes to a Green New Deal, the end of the terrible environmental crisis, the majority of people want it. Also, a majority of people in the United States have begun to understand that it is a matrix of corporate entities that have undue influence on our politics, on our government, primarily because of the money that they spend. And as a consequence, the issues that are so clearly what Americans want are not necessarily the issues that are on the table and turned into policy. Well, so you ask yourself, well, why is that? Why is it that the will of the American people is not being represented in Congress? Theoretically, in a representative democracy, that's what would happen. People would go to Congress and represent the will of their constituents. Too often that does not happen because our Congress people are representing the will of their corporate donors. Now, the problem is not that we don't have incredible people in the United States who would know how to change policies. You hear people say all the time, our problems come from bad policies and they could be changed and solved by good policies. But too often, the people who would go to Congress, who do have the expertise, who do have the skill, who do have the knowledge, would know what to do if they could just get in there, are not in there because they do not have the kind of establishment support, specifically corporate financial support, that would help them do that. Too often, people are there because they are supported by corporate donors whose profit maximization is contradictory. It's in contrast to what we know to be the will of the people. How do we override this? We override this by voting. There are a lot of other different ways we work.
Oh my God. Here we fucking go. But you know what? I'm gonna let her talk because I just want to know. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. Like, people can see Congress, majority of Congress, voting for war, on wars and sanctions, and Iron Dome, stuff like that. What is she gonna do? Like, let's be real. What are you people gonna do? How are you gonna vanguard? And if you're not authoritarian, if you're not authoritarian, you're not going to get them bills passed. You're not going to get your way. I don't know how these people are going to get in a party. We just seen this with AOC. We just okay. Let me maybe she said something. Let me let her talk.
Work on this as well. But it's so extraordinary to remember that women didn't even have the right to vote in the United States until 1920. The Voting Rights Act was in 1965, dismantling the worst aspects of segregation in terms of the suppression of the vote among Black people. And then in 2013, the Supreme Court began gutting the Voting Rights Act. That's why we have all these voting suppression efforts all over the country. But there are a lot of different ways that they suppress the vote, not only in the ways that we all know about.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they are suppressing your vote. It doesn't matter if they are making it harder for you guys to vote, because you have no representation anyway. So who gives a fuck? This is just the little carrots that they got over your head, when they can be voicing their opinion for anything else. But she did mention, Medicare for all and all those talking points that the so-called socialists of corporate America talk about, because a lot of corporate progressive Democrats, they also co-sign Medicare for all. But what the let's go back to these talking points. I mean, to her talking
about coming out of state houses, unfortunately, all over the country, but through these financial shenanigans. And unfortunately, the establishment's forces that work within both political parties that too often peripheralize the kinds of candidates that we're talking about here tonight. So all of us have podcasts and work that we do, putting out information all the time. I love the badass panel that we have here. And the people that you will hear tonight, specifically in answer to your question. And this is where I really hope that you will look at your site and look at that donate button at seizethehouse.com. These people, by definition, do not have corporate support. And one of the things that Crystal already said, it's hard to run for office. It is brutal out there. And particularly some of these people, they are so good. If they were in Congress, they would change things. But getting there is difficult. And when we have to support them is right now during these primaries. So if you go to seizethehouse.com, or some of you have already given, I want to thank you, have been supporting at candidatesummit.com. They go to the same place. You will see a whole bunch of progressive candidates. They're fantastic, and each of them have a video under their name. Not all of them could be with us tonight. We only have 3 hours. When you don't...
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but what isn't all of them? Can you look that up for me real quick, Liv?
I got you, babe. What do you need?
Look up seizethehouse.com. I believe all of them was Democrats. They was running under the Democrat party. So,
Second.
Yeah. Even if we had one green, two greens, because we got to break them up. We can't just, we're not about to do this. We're not about to do this. And election time is coming up. People about to start throwing their hats in. They're using their influence for different things, as we can see. But this is what we're not doing right here. We're not leading people off of a cliff. Did you?
They don't. Ooh, here you have to go. They don't explicitly say if they're a Democrat or what their party is right on the page.
I wonder why. I mean, it was a lot of good third. You know what I'm saying? Like I always tell you guys, don't vote. But it was some good third party candidates that was out there. What was her name? Princess, the one who actually made it to where she was able to debate, but they didn't let her in the building. So many people they could have picked from. So many people they could have reached out to. Nina's on the list. Liv, I think she froze. Well, we're gonna go back to this. We're gonna let Liv get her shit together.
Donate tonight. I just want to say this before I turn it over to my friends here. When you donate tonight, if you go to the donate button, there's a box at top, which means I just love all of them. Here's my money, and just distribute it evenly. But also, if you see some people here tonight, or if you see others on the page whose video you particularly respond to, and you want to give to them individually, feel free. Please don't think that any amount is too small, because a lot of people are watching right now. Your $5 does matter. Your $10 does matter, or however much you want to give. Up to $2,800 would be the legal. So you do what is right for you. Anything you give is appreciated. And I think when you hear these candidates tonight, you'll know why all of us have faith that if we get them to Washington, they'll change this country.
And I do think it's important, one thing you said there, which is that there are a lot of
God, I hear her
other
voice.
very, like, this is not a comprehensive list tonight that you're going to meet of the great candidates that are out there. These are just the number that we could fit into this live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Bree, I wanted to ask you, we have all had our political hearts broken more than a time or two at this point. And there are a lot of folks out there, some of whom may be watching this stream right now, and say, you know what? I just don't believe this is going to work. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to change. I believed in the squad. They haven't, we just saw AOC this week, unwilling to even say a word against Nancy Pelosi in an interview. I just don't know that this direction is a fruitful use of time. And some people would even go further and say, in fact, by even backing people in Democratic primaries, you're sort of bolstering the Democratic Party and channeling people into a Democratic Party that does not deserve their support. So let me ask you personally, because you're sympathetic to that viewpoint, why are you here?
Well, that's a $64,000 question, $100,000 with inflation. And, it's something that I think the candidates are going to have to answer as we talk to them tonight.
Oh, shit, what the hell?
The refrain that we've gotten, and I will say, you talked about heart rate.
I'm sorry, y'all, this
I was
CJ
covering the 2018 midterms for The Intercept. I was there the night that AOC unexpectedly won her primary in a huge bar in Queens that was empty with maybe 20 people in it, and suddenly was packed to the gills with Cynthia Nixon and all these cameras and everything. And it was exciting. We really thought things were going to change. I was on the bandwagon, right? And so when I have offered the critiques that we've all been making over the course of the last couple of years, it's coming from a place of sincere disappointment, not kind of, haterade.
Yeah.
And so when I reflect on these candidates, which seem, as promising in some ways as AOC, I think it's really important to ask them specifically whether or not they would be willing to take the kind of adversarial attitude that we expected from AOC and other squad members. Because what we've seen is that some of these biographical things that we thought were going to mean a lot didn't pan out quite the way we expected. I have a lot of respect for, certain positions that someone like Cori Bush has taken. I have a lot of respect for the kind of life she's led and the choice to pursue politics when she was experiencing homelessness in a very recent past. At the same time, we know that is not a one-to-one ratio in terms of how they're actually going to behave when they're in the House. So I think of this live stream as an opportunity to ask the questions that I think a lot of viewers have on their minds, and to hear what some of these candidates think about how elected Congress people are behaving now and what they would do differently if they were in their shoes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Katie?
So I think that, we live in a particular system. I think that none of us here sitting here would say that we would. That's obviously true.
I'm sorry, y'all, I'm trying to get this shit together.
Oh, y'all, please bear with us. We are real people doing this in real time. And no, we do not have a producer. I believe Revolutionary Blackout is network usually has like members alternate on who's producing in the background. But please bear with us. We are piecing this together. Yeah, Noli, sing away. I wish I could sing. I wish I could entertain y'all right now. Just bear with us. This typically happens. There's always technical difficulties. Always. I was having some. I was cutting out because I'm still getting used to connecting to our new network at our new place. So yeah, we're real people. Just give us a break. We're human. And Rome is at CJ's right now. So I'm hoping CJ comes back and comes on the panel soon. But we are blessed with Rome's presence tonight. Again, he is in Compton, California right now, and he is doing an event on the 19th. And just stay tuned. If you don't follow him already on Twitter, Unholy Rome, he's going to go out into some neighborhoods and, do what he does, talking to the people, bringing what they need to them. So, make sure you follow him and you keep track of and, retweet everything that he's doing in, oh, Dee, I'm so sorry. Hi, Dee. Oh, much love, babe. Much love to everyone in the chat, but especially Dee. I need to make a Bitmoji. I feel like an old millennial. I do not have a Bitmoji. I will make one. I literally just saw how to do it on my phone, so I'll do it for you, baby, because I have to. I'm sorry, Dee. I will. I know I've been putting it off, but life is happening. Life's crazy. But I have not forgotten about you and my Bitmoji, so do not worry. Thank y'all for being here. Yes, we're just hanging out and waiting. What do y'all think about this bullshit panel summit that they're having for the Democrats? I think we all seem to be relatively on the same page that this seems to be just bullshit. We don't want to give. I saw Dem exit a lot in the chat. A lot of people saying, don't donate. Yeah, it's a joke. I agree. I really have absolutely no tolerance for supporting Democrats and talking about voting our way out of this right now. But it sounds like a whole colossal waste of time. That's why I'm more excited to be talking about like the on the ground stuff that like Rome is doing, some of the mutual aid work I'm doing. I'm actually going to be collaborating with Rome to expand Tour for the Poor and help bring it to the East Coast where I am. I'm in Maryland. So yeah, stay tuned. I'm really excited to be talking more about that and hearing more about this event that Rome has planned for the 19th in Compton, and to hear more about what CJ has. CJ started Mutual Aid Forever, which is his mutual aid, which usually the ticker on the banner is running. But that ticker, thank you guys. I'm trying to hold this together until Rome comes back. Yes, so CJ started Mutual Aid Forever, and they're going to be helping families in the Compton area try and forward basic necessities, especially to not get evicted right now, since the eviction moratorium has been it's back in, I guess it's stopped. So we are in the housing crisis right now. And that is where Rome and CJ are going to be doing a lot of mutual aid and on the ground work. So, pay attention to that, support that. Any comments? I'm going to go through the comments. Oh, comments. At least vote for leftist third-party candidates. Y'all, if we are to wait for an election to vote ourselves out of this, like, that's just how I think we got into this in the first place. I don't think we have time to wait for an election. We need radical systemic change now, immediately. Actually, we needed it like yesterday, actually more like 10 years ago. But we do not have time, in my opinion, to wait for an election to vote for third-party candidates. Will hopefully change the system from within. I do not believe in that anymore. The system was built on corruption and is corrupted through and through. I have definitely lost all hope that there is any good of trying to win back the system or whatever. Going back to comments. Oh God, it does not bode well that Michael Burry has and is investing in privatized prison stock shares. No, that is not good. That is not good. Prison is legalized slavery. The U.S. prison system here. Under the 13th Amendment. So I am absolutely not surprised to hear they are investing in privatized prison stock shares because they are also criminalizing homelessness now. So the sequence of events, if you become homelessness, is you are not far from getting arrested, which means you are then incarcerated and you are then into the legal slavery system of the United States. So that's fucked up. And again, I don't believe we can vote our way out of that, of reforming the prison system. I don't think we can vote on reforming the police. I don't think we can vote on reforming the prison system. I don't think that voting is going to really help us very much. So what do we got? We've been waiting for 60 years out of this. Yeah, I mean, voting is exactly what got us into this predicament in the first place. Let's be honest. So what else? I've checked, and while some candidates like Jason Call and Raleigh Bowman don't explicitly say they are a Democrat, looking them up on Ballotopedia shows them as running in the Democratic Party. Yes, okay, I think they're being very sneaky about being like, yeah, I am a Dem, but I'm just running for the party. I don't like that. You are still running as a Dem. I do not trust you. If you have a D next to your name, I don't trust you, just like I wouldn't trust you with an R next to your name. It's not any different. Doesn't change. Fourth party. We need to go beyond fourth party now. I like that. What else? What else do we got? Noli is awesome. Yes, we have the most imprisoned population in the world. The chat on the Halper stream looks brutal again. I really didn't know most of the people on that panel. I knew Marianne Williamson, Brianna Joy Gray, and I've heard of Crystal Ball before. But I don't know anyone on that panel. I do not pay any mind to that shit. I think Brianna Joy Gray is. I don't know how she feels about the Democratic Party, but I'm very interested in her and learning more. But I don't have really care for Marianne Williamson, not at all. Especially with all her channeling back to the Democratic Party she's doing, and that's just complete utter bullshit. All right. No, Katie Halper. That's the other person. Yes, I have heard of Katie Halper. I don't know much about her. Please tell me more, but I think has a podcast. But I don't know like where she stands if she's a leftist. I don't know anything. Katie Halper, KT Helps on Twitter. Thank you. Katie Halper typically has pretty good takes. Interesting. Where's Jamie Peck? Yeah. I'm gonna text Rome. 1 second. Because I wish I could show you guys things. I would talk about other things and bring it up on the screen. But I can't, and I actually can't even leave. I can't even end this stream. So let me text Rome. Are you able to hop back on the stream? Okay, I just texted Rome. Let's see. Katie's comments are so anti-Dem right now. Very nice. I like to hear that. Very nice to hear that. I am big on her. They are all shit. Katie is liberal, though, sympathetic to leftists as her uncle was a big commie. Interesting. Where's Sabby and CJ? I do not know where CJ is. Sabby usually, I believe, has her own show at this time or right before this time. We can double check when Rome and CJ get back. Katie. Oh, yay! Woo! I was trying to hold it down while you were gone.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, babe.
Man.
Technical difficulties.
They trying to shut us down.
Humans.
I swear, soon as she has said some bullshit, they, man, you lucky. But we're gonna rewind it, cause yeah, they got us fucked up. Hold on, let me start this real quick so I can.
So that others could vote. Look at what the women suffragettes went through. One major fundamental legislative change.
On foreign policy.
Now that's a viable alternative to trying to work an inside and outside strategy, right? So we do it. Nothing's going to be solved through electoralism only, right? We know the famous FDR quote, apocryphal though it may be, of "Now go ahead and make me do it," which he said to A. Philip Randolph when he wanted like labor rights and civil rights to be passed enacted by FDR. The truth is, I understand there's a lot of frustration. I don't know what the alternative is. I totally respect people saying
biographical things that we thought were going to mean a lot didn't pan out quite the way we expected. You know, I have a lot of respect for, you know, certain positions that someone like Cori Bush has taken. I have a lot of respect
I was listening.
for the kind of life she's led and the choice to pursue politics.
All right, I think everybody can hear us now. So our apologies.
We know
I'm gonna put it here just and pause it and then I'm gonna share it.
Oh, I shared the wrong thing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Our apologies. So we're able to get all started. We are gonna start it back a little bit to where we left off, or where Rome left off before he got kicked off, and then
yeah, I'm saying kicked off.
Right. And then we'll speed it up. So here we go. Let's listen to some what everybody's saying here.
Whose video you particularly respond to, and
share this video.
You give to them.
Let everybody know we're back.
Feel free. Please don't think that any amount is too small, because a lot of people are watching right now. Your $5 does matter. Your $10 does matter, or however much you want to give. Up to $2,800 would be the legal. So you do what is right for you. Anything you give is appreciated. And I think when you hear these candidates tonight, you'll know why all of us have faith that if we get them to Washington, they'll change this country.
And I do think it's important, one thing you said there, which is that there are a lot of other this is not a comprehensive list tonight that you're going to meet of the great candidates that are out there. These are just the number that we could fit into this live stream. Mm-hmm. Bree, I wanted to ask you, we have all had our political hearts broken more than a time or two at this point. And there are a lot of folks out there.
So I do want to pause it right here and say something that I was thinking when I was on my way to the stream, and that is Marianne Williamson, in my opinion, is using the other four ladies to draw in leftists and progressives to donate, because they know these people that are standing next to her. She knows they know real leftists. Mm-hmm. The Democratic Party also knows they can't win without leftists, even though they don't tell us that. Mm-hmm. So Marianne Williamson is an agent for the Democratic Party, and she's gotten these well-meaning progressive leftists to buy into the same bullshit of, long as we get some good progressives in, as if that matters if the whole fucking ship is terrible. You get what I'm saying? So I did want to insert that part, and then let's try to catch up. So let's listen to
some of whom may be watching the stream right now who say, you know what? I just don't believe this is going to work. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to change. I believed in the squad. They haven't, we just saw AOC this week, unwilling to even say a word against Nancy Pelosi in an interview. I just don't know that this direction is a fruitful use of time. And some people would even go further and say, in fact, by even backing people in Democratic primaries, you're sort of bolstering the Democratic Party and channeling people into a Democratic Party that does not deserve their support. So let me ask you personally, because you're sympathetic to that viewpoint, why are you here?
Well, that's a $64,000 question, $100,000 with inflation. And, you know, it's something that I think the candidates are going to have to answer as we talk to them tonight. The refrain that we've gotten, and I will say, you talked about heartbreak. I was covering the 2018 midterms for The Intercept.
Yeah, dog, they're talking about seizing the House and taking over political power. They said nothing about third party except for they don't see this happening, right?
Right.
So what are you doing? Like, this is the same story. This is the same story. This is AOC. Oh, hey, Afeni, thank you for the super chat. This is crazy coming from people with almost, 500,000 subscribers within all of them, right?
Right.
Imagine if they got all their people and just said something. And said something for the Green Party or the People's Party,
right,
et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
There isn't anything happening with the Green Party or with third parties. Is because you people with huge platforms don't do anything but say it can't work. That's all you say.
Right.
Well, I'm trying to find the easy way out. I'm trying to find the easy way out. Stop trying to wiggle your way out of this fight. They already
everything but a revolution. Everything but a revolution.
They're gonna nickname it this, a political revolution. For who?
Right. Right. Let's listen to some more, because I also have some critiques, but I want to let her finish saying what she said before.
I was there the night that AOC unexpectedly won her primary, and a huge bar in Queens that was empty with maybe 20 people in it, and suddenly was packed to the gills with Cynthia Nixon and all these cameras and everything. And it was exciting. We really thought things were going to change. I was on the bandwagon, right? And so when I have offered the critiques that we've all been making over the course of the last couple of years, it's coming from a place of sincere disappointment, not kind of, haterade.
Yeah.
And so when I reflect on these candidates, which seem, as promising in some ways as AOC, I think it's really important to ask them specifically whether or not they would be willing to take the kind of adversarial attitude that we expected from AOC and other squad members. Because what we've seen is that some of these biographical things that we thought were going to mean a lot didn't pan out quite the way we expected. I have a lot of respect for, certain positions that someone like Cori Bush has taken. I have a lot of respect for the kind of life she's led and the choice to pursue politics when she was experiencing homelessness in a very recent past. At the same time, we know that is not a one-to-one ratio in terms of how they're actually going to behave when they're in the house.
Hold on, whoa. We want it because did she say AOC was homeless?
No. She was talking about Cori Bush on the homeless part.
Attitude
Cori Bush.
That we expected from AOC and other squad members, because what we've seen is that some of these biographical things that we thought were going to mean a lot didn't pan out quite the way we expected. I have a lot of respect for, certain positions that someone like Cori Bush has taken. I have a lot of respect for the kind of life she's led and the choice to pursue politics when she was experiencing homelessness in a very recent past. At the same time, we know that is not a one-to-one ratio in terms of how they're actually going to behave when they're in the house. So I think this live stream is an opportunity to ask the questions that I think a lot of viewers have on their minds, and to hear what some of these candidates think about how elected Congress people are behaving now and what they would do differently if they were in their shoes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What do you think, Katie?
So I think that, we live in a particular system. I think that none of us here sitting here.
I think that representation means something way deeper than, having a politician been homeless before. This is America. We all done starved. We all done been there before. We all paycheck to paycheck. Representation means a lot deeper than just that skin deep shit.
Just this.
Oh, well, look, we went through the same things. Vote for me.
Right.
And now look, as soon as she got in and she saw the powers that be, what was her first vote? Can anybody refresh my memory? What was Cori Bush's first vote?
For Pelosi.
So what are these people going to do besides?
Oh, they're going to be different. That's what they're trying to convince us. But let's make this point, and then we'll start the video back. Think about this. Why have an event like this and you exclude third-party candidates? Why is that? Marianne Williamson is not part of the Democratic Party. She's not actively a member. Why can't third parties be part of this? Why? That's my question.
She's doing the same shit Bernie be doing.
Exactly.
Would say that it's controversial to say that there's a lot of moral compromises that we see our politicians making, that they've made some disappointing decisions. I think that's obviously true. The question is, what is to be done about it, right?
Yes.
And I'm not opposed to third parties, but I don't see anything right now that's a viable alternative.
And what do we say, Liv, all the time? Why isn't it a viable alternative? Simply because we don't vote for them. The same people who are voting for Democrats, if you just vote for the Green Party, you see how easy that is? It's literally wrong. Just go down a couple of slots.
Fucking rhetoric. That bullshit rhetoric.
Y'all live in safe blue spots and still won't vote green. Still won't vote for third parties. I don't understand it. And then you turn around and say, "Oh, we live in a two-party system." That because you make it this way.
Right.
You make it this way, and you put like
it's bullshit.
I don't see third party happening because we have gatekeepers like this. We have people that's telling you to give up the fight before we even lace up, before we even put our gloves on.
But think about that, Rome. She's saying, I don't see any third party viable. How can we ever be viable if we never begin to vote for them? How can they ever be viable? It's always going to be the argument that they aren't viable.
I want to win right now, though, CJ.
I was just about to make that point. Winning third parties aren't about winning elections right now. Third parties is about affecting elections the way we want them to go, affecting policies the way we want them to go. If you put enough pressure, if enough people vote third party, where the Democrats and Republicans have to then begin to put pen to the paper, meaning instead of the talk, they actually do legislation. If we had a viable third party, a Green Party that was drawn from the Democratic Party right now, the Democratic Party would have passed $15 minimum wage. The Democratic Party would have done all of these things. It would have been amazing how much Joe Manchin would have got on board if there was a viable third party. And we have to begin to establish that with the people who would vote for these people.
Because how the hell are you going to use leverage when it's just a two-party? It's really a one-party system. Let's be real.
Right.
But let's just play their game. Let's put on the 3D glasses and see red and blue for 1 second, okay? Let's say you Democrats get in office, right? Let's say all of them run and win. Let's just say all of these Democrats that they want in office run and win. What leverage do anybody have? Workers and Democrats have over anybody. It's just Democrats and Republicans, and we see how it turns out. They say bipartisan, and we all get fucked.
Yep, that's literally what bipartisan means.
So
that you're gonna get fucked.
Right,
that's exactly what it means.
Like you are saying, the third party is going to be the vanguard of the left, or the ones who can promise or can go out and show, like, look, all we have to do is this, and that, ranked choice voting, blah, blah. They're like, all right, let's give them something just to shut them up, just to put the blinders on them. Let's at least fund some schools and build on their roads. You know what I'm saying? So when the Green Party come around, they be like, oh, no, we good. Democrats got us. You know what I'm saying? At least that. But you don't even have that.
We don't have that. We don't have that kind of counter. Now, somebody asked, who is the guest? I'm sorry if they didn't introduce you earlier, but that's Liv. If you join, Liv is the regular co-host of Straight Out of Politics, and of course, Rome is in LA, so he is here on the stream too. And then this event we had to cover, but let's try to catch up. Let's play some more of this and then try to catch up real quick.
To trying to work an inside and outside strategy, right? So we do it. Nothing's going to be solved through electoralism only, right? We know.
Now, this is their response when you say electoralism. Oh, we're gonna do both, but you never see them doing both
because they
never see them talking about both.
Dismissed the outside fight. She just dismissed it.
But now it's Yes, let's
The
see.
famous FDR quote, apocryphal though it may be, of "Now go ahead and make me do it," which he said to A. Philip Randolph when he wanted like labor rights and civil rights to be passed enacted by FDR. The truth is, I understand there's a lot of frustration. I don't know what the alternative is. I totally respect people saying that they're going to put their time, money, and effort into things.
If you don't know what the fuck the alternative is, why are you in the fight? Why are you putting your fucking shoe? Why are you putting your shoe in you know what I'm saying? If you want to play bubble gum in the dish, don't put like,
right.
Don't
if you don't know what all the options are.
Because we are telling people,
point.
we are giving people strategies, not only how to fight. Like I told you guys already, if you want healthcare, you know what I'm saying? If you want weed, marijuana, cocaine, mushrooms passed in your in your hood, get ranked choice voting done. Push on ranked choice voting, and you can have just about anything you want. It's gonna cause a domino effect or whatever. We have real strategies. These people saying, "Oh well, just vote for me and then we'll see."
We'll see. That's exactly. We've done it many times. We've done it many times. But let's try to get through this video.
Not electoral politics. That's everyone's right. I certainly think that these things can't act in a vacuum. If you don't have the movements forcing politicians' hands, nothing will get done. But it certainly makes a difference when you have the politicians in there whose hands are cleaner than others.
Cleaner.
What you mean? You all got blood on your hands, bro. You all got blood on your. Okay, well,
one hand.
I'm sorry. You might have look. I voted president on a weapons, and you voted for it.
It's the lesser of two evils, guys. It's the lesser of two evils.
Exactly. A little bit lesser. Like a little bit lesser. All right, let's try to get through this.
So that's kind of how I see it. And I think that if people, again, if you don't believe in this, then you should be doing a stream about some kind of collective
other projects.
Organizing,
yeah.
You know,
and I will say, I'm a strong supporter of third parties. People have heard me talk about it.
You vote third parties.
Right on the show, Andrew Yang on the show, talking about the forward party and on and on and on. And I think it can be a both and, especially as those third party efforts are getting on the ground. And there are candidates, at least one candidate tonight, who previously ran not affiliated with the Democratic Party, who's now running as a Democrat this time. And I look forward to asking her what that decision making is about, because I've had people on my show who said, I would love to run third party, but here are the specific barriers to entry that I experience as someone who isn't as running as a Democrat. My inability to collect money through ActBlue and all these other kinds of things that are disadvantaging candidates that are already at a disadvantage because they aren't taking these corporate funds. So it's a difficult question. It's something that I'm wrestling with, how much to invest personally and financially in different kind of candidates. But I don't think inaction is the best course of action. And so I hope that people are able to vet and consider what their options are via this panel tonight.
I think that's really well said. We don't have the luxury of inaction. I mean, we don't have the time to wait around and
no, she did not just say
there
that.
are better alternatives available. These are the pathways.
That's the very thing we are saying. We don't have luxury for this inaction. This is inaction, Rome. Going through the Democratic Party.
Right.
How are you using that line talking about this is inaction? Vote. You really think voting for the Democratic Party is action? Rome, let's try to skip this. Let's try to get through this, and we got to catch up still. Let's try to catch this up.
I'm probably about to go smoke a
would
cigarette.
Participate in this conversation and have the very same viewpoints and the very same skepticism. And Juliana, I would say that, we have had, I don't want to say that it hasn't mattered at all that the squad has been there. When Cori Bush slept down on the steps of the Capitol and forced the extension of the eviction moratorium, we see, I think, pretty regularly on foreign policy, some courageous voices that were never there in the past.
What are you talking? I can't let that go. They just voted for the Iron Dome. What are you talking about?
I gotta go smoke a cigarette.
And other issues. But I actually think if you want to look for an example of where electoral politics really made a difference, look at the Tea Party. There's no reason that leftists in Congress can't have the same sort of willingness to buck the media, buck leadership, force them to do their bidding as, you know, the jerks who got elected during the Tea Party, which happens to be when I ran for Congress.
Absolutely. As someone I respect greatly said, the people who are in, the people who these folks are running against need to be replaced. And that is a direct Marianne Williamson quote. It's you know, we've been pushing them. I cover a lot of activist movements, activism on the ground. We've been pushing the people who are in there, and we need people who are in there who understand what activism is, takes it seriously, and are willing to be pushed.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if you look at Black Lives Matter movement, it's the largest protest movement that's ever existed in the history of our country.
I can't believe she's going to use this bullshit argument again. Let's hear.
And it has not been followed by one major fundamental legislative change. So a lot of
So, okay, I'm going to be respectful here. So Miss Williamson is trying to imply that the BLM protest, not a movement, the BLM protest that spurred on after the George Floyd murder, she's referring to it as a movement that basically didn't get anything accomplished. So let's do this. Let's do electoralism is what she's trying to say here.
A lot of these people aren't pushable. I mean, as long as you have the kind of undue influence of corporate money that you have in our Congress right now.
And how exactly is it going to be taken out? How exactly, Marianne Williamson, is that corruption through money going to be taken out by voting for these people? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see you drop out, Lip. Sorry. How is that? I didn't see you drop out. Sorry. So how is that, Marianne Williamson? How is voting for these non-corporate progressives, how is that going to get money? The very money you're saying is corrupting our politics.
People, a lot of these people who are there, particularly these people who have been there for 10, 20 years, they don't really care that much how much pressure is being placed upon them, because that's not the pressure that they're responding to. They're responding to the pressure of the corporate lobbyists that are in their office all day, every day. And I think what Crystal just said is so important. It breaks my heart sometimes when I see so much more audacity on the right and so much codependency on the left. Like whatever, I'm sorry. And I think when you're talking about the squad, when AOC said yesterday, when asked if Nancy Pelosi should still be speaker, and she gave this.
So, I mean, did you hear that critique? Unless she's just talking about the squad. But listen to this.
I vote for Nader.
I'm sorry, I went too far back.
Fundamental legislative change. So a lot of these people aren't pushable. I mean, as long as you have the kind of undue influence of corporate money that you have in our Congress right now, people, a lot of these people who are there, particularly these people who have been there for 10, 20 years, they don't really care that much how much pressure is being placed upon them, because that's not the pressure that they're responding to. They're responding to the pressure of the corporate lobbyists that are in their office all day, every day. And I think what Crystal just said is so important. It breaks my heart sometimes when I see so much more audacity on the right and so much codependency on the left.
So she's calling you codependent, but she wants you to donate. Go ahead, codependent people, donate to her. I don't see how y'all don't see that this is a whole racket that she has trying to display. And you notice how all of them kind of give her homage. Yeah. Oh, Marianne Williamson, a quote from the family. Like what has she done where she's getting this kind of homage that she's getting?
No. And I hate that black people always talk about, well, she's an ally, she's talking about reparations. No, bro, she tried to lowball us on reparations. And this is what I always said about this. No, there's no way a white woman can come up with a bill for reparations and know what the fuck she's talking about, or even know how to. Come on, man, stop it.
Let me take this out just to introduce her. Delilah, what's up, Delilah?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi, so good to see you.
Good to see you too, lovely.
So we're in the middle. I just took it out the stream just so we can introduce you, but we're in the middle of trying to get through this stream. It's hard because there's a lot of things that are just to us that's not right. We would be sort of down with this event a lot more if third-party candidates were involved. Like that's really
Sure.
the thing that rubs me wrong is that if you're really trying to say non-corporate candidates, there's more than Democrats that are non-corporate. So why
Yeah,
can't
but
we
they're
bring them
changing what
our-
that means now
exactly
for convenience, you know.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put it back up and then just chime in, whenever you want. That's kind of how we're doing it,
I mean, because look at the power of third parties. The Libertarian Party trumped Trump in
Yes.
Michigan. If it wasn't for the Libertarian Party, he probably would have still been president right now.
That's how you can affect change without
Nigga.
winning. It's not about winning third parties. Right now, it's not about winning.
It wasn't an 18 million. It was the third party voters that
exactly
nigga.
that's clean that vote. So let's get back into the video.
Whatever. I'm sorry. And I think when you're talking about the squad, when AOC said yesterday, when asked if Nancy Pelosi should still be speaker, and she gave this answer about how one day there will be a generational change. We don't have one more day to wait. And I hope that all of you who are listening tonight will feel that this is the day for you to take action. Once again, please don't forget that donate button. I hope that,
she called us
you see that?
Will be that
You see that?
Please take action and give us your money.
I know that
Yeah,
sounds a little
Right.
bit corny, but I think we need to see conscious citizenship, active citizenship as part of what
It's
it means
on
to
you.
live a
It's your
well-lived
fault.
life.
That's
what
what she's
makes
saying.
life meaningful.
We need you to do
the
something
French
because it's
say,
on you.
If you don't do politics, politics will do you.
Hold on,
That's
pause
it.
this, bro.
And God-
Because I want to go back to the point where she was talking about people not being moved because of the corporate money and whatnot.
Mhm.
Dude, it's not just the fucking people. The Democratic Party is a private organization. They move how they want. They do what they want. They are controlled and bought off by corporations. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who gets in the Democratic Party or this House seat, the Senate seat, et cetera, et cetera. They are already who they are. You can't change that. There is no, you want to get money out of politics? Don't vote for Democrats.
Exactly. You want to get money out of politics? Don't donate to Democrats in particular. Then you're getting your money out of politics. Liv had to drop. Did Liv drop out? Yeah, Liv dropped out. But Delilah, any comments before I start that video? Oh,
I'm so sorry, my loss of my frame. That's just what they always say. Like, it took me a while to understand. I wouldn't be involved in politics if it weren't for me just being absolutely fed up with the narrative that there are these people who you're supposed to pay that are supposed to fight for you, but you're not supposed to say what you want. You're supposed to just go along with whatever they're saying. So that way you can even get to the table where you can ask for things, and it's exhausting. And she's right that we don't have another generation, but she's wrong that we can reform the Democratic establishment, because we can't.
So tell the audience, why did you, because you're running, for those that don't know, I'll take this out just for a second. You're running for Texas governor under the Green Party. Congratulations, by the way. And so tell us, why did you, because you could have decided to go this way and you could have been maybe possibly on the stream with them, but why did you decide to go Green Party or third party?
Yeah, you know how much the liberals love Ed poll. Like they love to capitalize off of that, and it's a bit painful to see, just being a regular person of color, like, you actually don't speak for me, and I sure as shit wouldn't want somebody like Hillary Clinton, speaking to my needs. So I think that the reason why I took this very difficult route of not having any corporate money involved with what I'm doing is because your actions are louder than words, and you can just, what I'm saying, give lip service all day long, apparently generation after generation, and still not have to show anything for it, but just continue to take advantage of all of these people by lying to them continually and then telling us it's our fault that we can't have any nice things. Like, Democrats don't want, and liberals specifically, they don't want me to keep talking about abortion. And it's like, oh, why? Does it offend you? Oh, it must be so hard, somebody who doesn't have a uterus, who doesn't have to worry about the consequences of this legislation. I'm just supposed to vote harder, right? No.
Just go out and vote. Don't talk about it. In the meanwhile, don't talk about it. Just go out and vote. That's how they.
Don't
that's
talk
how
about
they.
the bad shit that we're gonna do after we get in office either. Because then I'm gonna say you want to sleep with me.
Go ahead for your last words. Then I'll start it back. Oh,
I'm good.
Okay,
Now
I'll
that
start.
politics is
Let's go.
done, so we need to do politics now.
That is it. I mean, we can't afford to neglect any of these potential avenues because the conditions and the stakes are so dire and the stakes are so high. So it has to be a reinvigorated labor movement. It has to be activists and movement building, and it has to be people who are in positions of power that are ideologically aligned and open to being pushed by those movements so that they actually respond.
Well,
when
you know, the
pressure is
people
brought.
we're talking to tonight, you won't even have to push them. Just get them in there. You know, they are the people who have been spending their lives doing the pushing.
Don't question.
And these
Don't
people will
question
impress
authority.
you. But
Just go with
listen, let's not apologize for the vote. Let's remember that people have died so that others could vote. Look at what the women
So is that
suffragettes
crystal
went
ball in the middle?
Yes,
Bro,
that's
I
crystal
don't give
ball.
a fuck about who
And
died.
right,
I don't
she's
give a
like,
fuck about who died. So I
listen,
can
the people with money probably have kinks that we could exploit. Like, that's literally her angle right now in her conversation. That's hilarious to me.
They
I
always
can't.
But say that point again, because I think it's a great point. Say that point again.
I'm sorry. It's just frustrating, you know. She's her brilliant plan during this is that, you know, maybe powerful people have a kink that we can exploit. You know, let's try that. Let's pander to Elon Musk. We should just, you know, just keep stroking his ego because that's not a problem. Like, and nobody, that's like totally okay. No. And then Marianne, what does she say? I can't even remember.
She's saying it's time to get to work with electoral politics, pretty much. I mean,
And then I also heard the labor movement mentioned, and I'm just like, you know what? A lot of people actually know and are very well informed about the labor movement and how people such as, you know, liberals, neolibs can exploit those movements. You know what I'm saying? Because like, it's like never meet your idols, right? And then you look into the history.
Oh shit!
What's that?
My bad. You can go ahead.
No, he didn't hear you at first, but go ahead.
Oh, well, you know, like if you really look into, like, Obama stole or took Dolores Huerta's phrase, si se puede, we can do it. And he was, you know, pretty honest about that for the most part. But it's like, if you look at her history and Cesar Chavez's history, that was kind of an anti-labor movement because what they were doing is trying to get rid of people who are illegal, you know what I'm saying? And try to like gatekeep essentially. So
absolutely.
Anyway,
I was saying, I love how she brought up this boomer talking point. All these old motherfuckers always say, "Oh, well, people died for you to have the right to vote."
Right.
But what am I voting for?
Right,
overall?
you're missing that part.
Not a candidate and not their promises. Like overall, man,
right.
We have to look at this shit overall. This party as a whole, everybody in it, from Biden to to AOC, whoever it is, we have to look at the party as a whole. What am I voting for? Damn right.
Right. I don't think our ancestors died for the right to vote for a corporatist that's bombing people. I doubt
or
that.
Or segregationists.
Exactly. I doubt that.
My grandpa would be pissed off if he learned black people
voted for Joe Biden.
My grandpa would be so pissed off.
So that women could vote. Look what the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King and others, went through, struggled, sacrificed, even to the point of their lives, so that black people could vote, among other things. So
I love that example. The example you're talking about, the illustration is not about the voting. It was that direct action got you voting. That's your example? That's your example?
I don't feel like apologizing for the importance of voting tonight. A lot of the passion and the invigoration that you see in the labor movement right now, for instance, let's put it here too.
Yes,
I think it's time to get started. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think so.
That's why this is a whole why they put Marianne Williamson out here to do this for the midterm.
Is here. It's Jason Call from
We
Washington
know Jason.
State, who's
Jason
running in the
was
2nd district there. Welcome, Jason.
He was on the General Summit as a red beret.
Jason, we need some sound.
I could kind of lip sync that. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm really proud of myself for being able to figure out what you said. No. Okay, there you go. All right, you can hear that.
Are we back? Okay, good. Thank goodness. I thought we had it all worked out. Brianna, we met each other in the parking lot of Nina Turner's campaign.
That's right.
It's a pleasure to talk to you again. So I hear you've got questions for me. I'm excited to talk about my campaign.
I do.
want to answer questions.
I first want to ask you, I watched your campaign video and I see that your commitment to Medicare for All is a personal one. I wanted you to introduce yourself to the audience by talking a little bit about why it is so personal to you and what you see your role as being in the movement to enact Medicare for All in this country.
So thank you for that. Yeah, it is hugely personal to me, and I say that the story I tell is the story that millions upon millions of people in this country tell. My mother was denied a post routine surgery stay. She did not feel well. They wanted to send her home. She didn't want to go home. She ended up being forced to go home, collapsing, going back in the hospital. And the last 10 years of her life were she couldn't work. She spent months in an induced coma, had to learn 2 years to learn to walk again. And then she went from being a working woman who had a good quality of life to having the last decade of her life really essentially ruined by the insurance industry. And I don't ever blame hospitals or doctors or nurses. They are the real caregivers in this country. They are providers. The insurance companies are simply parasites who are there to profit off of suffering. And I want to shut them down. The reality is I support Medicare for All. At the federal level, we do not have enough support. The person I'm running against in Washington 2nd District has said over and over and over again, he will not support a single payer system. The people in my district want it. They recognize the need for it. And I'm on the board of a group called Whole Washington that I'm sure you've heard about. And we're trying to get state single payer here in the absence of a federal bill. But the federal bill is the gold prize. We want a federal national improved Medicare for All health insurance bill.
So I just interviewed actually Ash Kara for our show tomorrow. And I was asking him what happened with the state Medicare for All bill in California. And an interesting point that he made was that there were only 2 assembly members in the state that didn't take corporate money. And I was shocked because California is what we think of as, the most progressive state in the union. And I wondered if you could speak to who your opponent is taking money from and what role you think that's playing in not having these bills passed across the country.
So she can't bring up California Democrats without us pointing out that this strategy doesn't work, and it's being applied in the United States now in California. Is a super majority in California of everything, of all, the House, the Assembly, or whatever it's called at the state level. And the person who is the speaker, I believe, who pulled the bill from being voted on was part of Bernie's campaign. So what else can we do? Like Bernie Sanders' affiliate to his campaign is the speaker. We put this person as the speaker for Medicare for All. What else can we do here? Like, you asked us to vote and put all these progressives in California. We do that. You asked, and
they didn't even pass.
Do it, and then look what happens. But go ahead. I'm sorry for keep talking. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say thank you, Valerie. So they wrote a note that they're voting for us. So, again, it's just lip service. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at the progressive Democrats or the Dream Team or whatever they were being called, they really don't have anything to show for their effort. And you know what I mean? They had some cute pictures that were taken. They got some people who were feeling really good about themselves for voting for them for a little bit. And then nobody's lives improved at all. So, I mean, I think people are like, oh, you're being third party. You're like, it's not a serious thing. And it's just like, this is more serious than the people who are getting paid to lie to you. And I wish that more people knew that, because however, people want to be feeling special and they want to be wowed. And it's just like real life and struggle is not about that. And it's really, they come to Texas all the time and they're like, we care about your issues. We're here for you guys. And then they're like, oh, but you need to get to work. Like, you're telling some of the hardest workers I've ever met in my life that they're not doing enough. And you got, you know what I mean? You just showed up this weekend to come tell people that they need to work for you for free, basically. Why? And your promises are empty. They mean nothing, And I remember Jason saying, oh, I had to be a Democrat because yada, yada, yada. I don't really remember. I tried to be nice. But he's just basically saying, like, justifying that I had to side with these people because it was my only option. And it's like, well, you saying that makes democracy a joke because you're basically saying that other people who don't have money don't have a right to exist. People don't have a right to vote for people like that on their ballot. If you're poor, you know, we're supposed to add you in the consensus, but we're not supposed to actually listen to you or represent you. And that's what I hear from them more often than not.
So what happens in the revolution, Rome, when the other side is bigger and got bigger guns? They're gonna be like, I'm sorry, but this is I gotta go where I'm gonna lit. Like that's what's gonna happen in a revolution.
They're gonna side with them. They side with them every fucking time, bro. They do this. They just gave us Joe Biden, bro. And let's not act like Joe Biden isn't the Hitler of the 21st century, my nigga. 3 generations of blacks locked up, 1 million Iraqis dead, the bombing in Yemen, the bombing in Syria, bro.
Libya.
They're deporting thousands of Haitian migrants and refugees.
They gave you the 21st century Hitler. They will always usher in fascism. They did this with the original Hitler. They did this with Bill Clinton, calling this man the first black president.
I remember that.
But he locked the fuck up. He locked us up.
And then he's the one who signed the criminal. The people they talk about Joe Biden. He's the architect, but Bill Clinton signed the bill. But let's listen to this. This is Nina Turner. Somebody messaged that Nina Turner's on, so I fast forward to the more current time. So let's look in.
Qualified candidate. Speaking of someone who we absolutely know will not disappoint us when she goes to Congress, is a friend. Not only she would have been one of the panelists tonight. You're probably guessing who that is. She would have been one of the panelists tonight. However, she decided to run. Come on. I'm sure you're guessing who it is. She made history in 2005 as the first African American woman to represent Ward 1 in the Cleveland.
Can you check the grift from Marianne Williamson? I'm liking her less and less.
She keep propping us up, bro.
Right.
She keep propping black people up.
Well, how did she introduce her? We know she won't disappoint us.
Right. But
let me.
So this Nina Turner part here, what I heard about this event was that this event is really all about electing Nina Turner because she knows she can't get elected without the left. From her last election, but she also knows she has shunned the left in her responses to things. She knows she has shunned the left, so she's using Marianne Williamson as a back way to get through. All the other candidates are just props to act like, we're doing all the candidates when it's really about Nina Turner. It's trying to circumvent all leftists because she shunned them and let somebody else bring them in, and then so she can try to get another chance, a crack at leftists. And the answer is no. Let's listen though.
City Council. Again, in 2008, is the first African-American woman to serve as state senator in Ohio's 25th district. You can see her beautiful face there. You know she was the national surrogate for Bernie Sanders' 2016 presidential campaign, national co-chair for Bernie 2020. And as we know, not only a good friend to all of us here, but a good friend to everybody watching. Hi, Nina.
Hi, Marianne. It's a pleasure to be with the ladies.
It's so great to see you. And you're out there and you're doing it again. First of all, I want to take a moment, as I've said about all of these people, one of the reasons I feel so strongly about this night is because I know how hard it is to run. You have really taken it. I tell you, one powerful woman, and people see your power, and some people just applaud you up the sky, and other people, because of your power, want to do what they can to stop it. This is the story of the woman in America, a story of a Black woman in America. Tell us how it's going. Tell us.
Can you all hear me? Liv, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Delilah. We can't hear you, CJ and Rome.
Oh, my bad.
I
don't know. But what I was saying is, if you didn't hear me, so that whole time you guys didn't hear me, my critique about Nina Turner. So what I was saying was, I forgot we had hit it. What I was saying was, what I heard, did you hear about what I heard about this event, all of being about Nina Turner? Did you hear that part?
Yeah.
Okay. So you heard that part. So you did hear the gist. But let's get back to the video. I must have tapped it at the last second. So let's get back to the video.
That's what you want to do in Congress, and tell us how we can help you.
Well, thank you, Marianne, for all the wonderful hosts of Seize the House. I just appreciate the vision that you all had to put something together like this and to invite me into this particular moment. For me, I'm a missionary. I'm on a mission. This mission has to do with humanity, and that's why I call myself a hell-raising humanitarian. I want to push the body politic in this country to bend towards the will and the poor, the working poor, and the barely middle class for a moment. Can we just tend to the people who need it the most for the moment and not put people back in power? They're always in other things that fell apart. Do you believe that more and I
Is
get
it
the
just me?
frustration.
Is it ours or hers?
I can't hear the.
Oh,
she's
so
saying.
sorry, Nina, honey.
No, that's
Okay,
Nina
they're
Turner's
not
breaking
working.
up. Nina was the one
we
having
are
that reception.
reconnecting right now,
She'll
so I
reconnect.
know all of
Yeah.
you want very much
Everyone,
to
I
hear what
know
Nina
it's
Turner has
it's
to say.
torture to start hearing Nina's words of wisdom and inspiration, and then but luckily there's a lot more where that came
We
from.
could
so.
continue the metaphor. It
The
was
dating metaphor.
Nina
Yeah,
interrupted
talk about
us.
dating. All right, yeah. Nina's right. She's the belle of the ball.
What happened?
Oh,
Where'd you go?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nina really is a big woman on campus. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're told she's coming. We can, any of us can
That's why you got to have a lot of
sing
fire
her
in the
praises
iron.
until she comes back.
Iron.
Okay, we got her. Okay.
We don't have her yet.
Oh, we don't have her yet.
She's on her way
This
back.
is how they get you. They keep you on your toes, right? You have to play rough. Play hard to get.
So let's
Enthralled.
we did just do a dating episode of the podcast, but let's not do a part
I don't
two
even
just
know.
yet. I will say that I felt very very lucky to be able to cover some of Senator Turner's race the last time, this August in Cleveland. My family's
The
from
dude,
Cleveland. My
I mean,
mom's back home in a
the
month
lady
or
on the
so.
far left just.
And I'm
She
really
ain't
excited to
saying
see how it
nothing. She's
goes
not
down
saying
this
nothing.
time because there's been some
I thought
redistricting
Nina
that's
was
favorable to
like,
Senator
oh,
Turner.
we can wait
I
for
think that there
Medicare
were
for
some,
all or something.
scheduling changes that happened.
Yeah,
last
let
minute that
me
got them
turn
a
the
little
volume
behind the
down
ball
on
in the
theirs, and we can kind of
advertising
talk
game.
until she
And I
gets
think
back.
this time around, there's a lot more.
Yeah. So say that
I thought
again.
she kind of was like, y'all are gonna be disappointed in me, and it's like, what?
Yeah, she said something like that.
Unapologetic actually did the story on it, and I think that was the story that really got him banned for it.
Yeah. Wait, Unapologetic got banned?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, they were taking his videos down and all that.
Oh, but I mean, his account is gone now.
No,
Oh,
he's still there.
Who's
Okay.
this?
Just in case we can't.
Whose account? What's going on?
Obviously.
Unapologetic. We thought I was asking him, was it banned or not?
Yeah, but they
Oh.
had hit him
Go to the donate button.
with them things.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. People are like, you can't be criticizing. You're saying that Nina wants the left, but she doesn't really want the left. We're like toxic, right? She wants the liberals,
Right.
and especially the wealthy.
That's why she went to TYT, so she can get them Kyle Kalinske.
The liberals.
That's the
Yeah,
plan,
that's the
right? You
argument.
got to pander to the wealthy people, don't you?
Exactly. Oh, so they give her this guy. Let's listen to this interview.
Came to America as asylum seekers and settled in my home state of Connecticut. Welcome to the program. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you for having me. I'm thrilled to be joining these awesome cast of hosts. So yeah, thank you.
As I was getting to know you by doing my research, I'm like, I got to sign up to help the campaign. I'm just down the road. So you'll be seeing more of this face when I get home. So many questions for you. First, can you talk about, you have so many different experiences that you're bringing to this race. You are a Muslim American. You are a descendant of Libyan parents, first generation in the country. And you also had a health scare at age 17 where you almost died because the hospital would not treat your emergency once they saw that your family had some medical debt. In fact, you were like dropping dead in the hospital, and they said, can you pay 20 grand? You're like, I'm dying? Can you talk about how that experience And I don't mean to make light of it because it is horrendous, and I know our viewers have gone through those things themselves. Can you talk about how that polarized you and what you intend to do so that that doesn't happen to other people?
Like, is this a summit about real issues, or this is like a corporate media news interview?
It's a pity party.
You get what I'm saying? Like, are you gonna ask them a real question about real issues,
bro? Even if we all got them stories, we all got them stories.
You know what? I thought about that too. I was like, ask anybody who's given labor in this country if they had a great time or not. I'm gonna tell you. You know, it's not even, and that's sad, but it's like I would love to know when and where the Democrats have effectively helped people with medical debt or with, you know, hospital costs. I don't. What legislation has passed that helps most people, you know?
Yeah.
It encapsulates a lot of the challenges that America faces.
All right. Let's see if Nina comes back. I'm gonna take it back a little bit because we kind of skipped ahead looking for Nina because I wanted to see this particular candidate right here because we had left off with him.
And without any further ado, let us bring on to the stage, virtual stage, Matt Ortega. Thank you so much, Mike. I'm sorry, Mike Ortega. I'm a little nervous.
Look at that. Don't know his name. Don't know his name, but want you to give to him. How would she even know what this guy is about? And she's fun and wants you guys to vote for him.
What does being a socialist mean to you?
Bullshit
And
ass.
how does that shape your politics? And is that something that resonates with your
What does a
community?
socialist mean to you? Like them tweets. What would Medicare for all mean to you?
That's what I'm saying. These aren't real questions. This is like segments from corporate media.
Yeah.
Let's listen to his answer though. Let me give him a chance to at least listen to his answer here. Let's slightly move it back a few seconds here.
Mike, I'm sorry, Mike Ortega. I'm a little nervous. The order got overthrown. Freudian slip. I wish the order got overthrown. Actually, yeah. Can you tell us? You identify as a socialist. What does being a socialist mean to you? And how does that shape your politics? And is that something that resonates with your community?
Being a socialist to me means that you fight for working people, you fight for middle-class families, and you absolutely reject working for the corrupt ruling rich. And so really it's about
you work for the Democratic Party.
I think that message is doing really well in our community. There's a lot of pundits, academics that try to say, hey, in a majority Latino district like yours, they're not progressive, they don't have all these high ideas, they're not woke. The reality is that those people are sitting behind their desks for too long in their offices. Working people want to hear a politician step up and actually address the struggles they're facing on a day-to-day basis. They want to hear somebody that's willing to fight for their access to healthcare, somebody that's willing to fight against the rich and powerful.
Why is these niggas so scared to say poor people?
Both with Nancy Pelosi and with Mitch McConnell.
That's violence. It's talk about poor people.
You want to talk about access? Oh, and we're here for middle class working families. You know how, like, very classist, like, we actually do only care about this bracket and above.
That's
what he just said.
Like they don't care about the homeless. They don't care nothing about the homeless. They don't care nothing about. They ain't saying nothing about like.
No, I guess it's taboo to talk about poor people because there's so many more of us after the pandemic. Can't talk about that on the campaign trail.
They want people who's going to pay into the system, who's going to be able to donate, who's going to be able to pay taxes on the bombs that he's going to be passing more than likely.
That's, you know, you mentioned something really important is that they really do like that sweet middle ground where war is okay. And the more they poll and the more young people that are like, I don't know about that, like the more authoritarian they want to start pitching their policies. And like the more accepting of things that we're supposed to be, the worse they're doing. And again, just putting all of the responsibility on us.
Is that my phone?
Oh, no, that's me.
Oh, that's your phone. All right, so let's get through this video, and then we're just gonna go speed past to the live coverage and just cover it live after this interview here.
I want to know that they're going to be able to support and be a part of something different. So no, working people don't have a problem with socialism. To be honest, none of them know what it even means. But when they meet our campaigners, when they meet us, when they meet me, they're happy about the message we're bringing.
And can you tell us about your opponent, who you're running against? Sounds like a
We're
great
running
guy.
against, We're running against Lou Correa, who's a Blue Dog Democrat. He's member of the Homeland Security Committee. He is a big supporter of U.S. militarism abroad.
So is Marianne Williamson.
He's
And where's he on
major,
Horrible on foreign policy. One of the worst.
friend to the big pharma industry, big oil, banking, and big tech. And he's not shy about it. So when asked on the question, he always talks about protecting the job creators. And he's turned his back on his own community several times. He even endorsed a local sheriff who promised to bring ICE into Orange County to deport people. Now, this is someone who ran on immigration reform. But the only thing he's actually really stood for and really made moves on is trying to protect the profits of big pharma.
Pause this. Because I could have sworn AOC, she ran on abolishing ICE, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, once you go on her website, it's not even there.
It's not there.
Actually, people
No,
have
they had conversations about it. Okay, they talked. They talked.
We're calling them out, and we're challenging them on that record. And when people in this district hear about that record, oh, they're ready to move on.
Great. And anything else you want to make sure people know about you and your campaign?
Absolutely. So our campaign, of course, like many of the other candidates, is not taking corporate money, right? And an important element of that is we're in one of the richest counties in America, in Orange County. But our district, 4 out of 10 high school students don't graduate high school.
That is true.
Over 50% of the people in this district are rent-burdened. This is the working class heart of Orange County, California.
That's
And so this is a ripe district, like a 30-point blue district. This is a ripe district for us to challenge a ripening incumbent like this. And this is part of our win strategy. And we think we'll be able to actually build some working class power here.
Okay, I'm not a corporate Democrat. I'm not a corporate Democrat. I just work for corporate Democrats.
That's the point I was just about to get to.
I just give all my power to a corporate, to a private corporation. This isn't some open party where, you know what I'm saying, anybody can just join and go up in rank. If that was a choice, we wouldn't be having these
we wouldn't be having these elections. And the point that I'm making is, the point I want to make is, the person he was describing is another Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, if he beats this one, he's just going to Washington, D.C. to pal around with more people of the people that he just beat. Yeah. So all he's going to do is socialize himself to being like them.
And keep forgetting about the poor class.
Exactly.
That wasn't part of the strategy, you guys.
Exactly. And this is, I didn't see the California until he mentioned that the richest district is Orange County is, or this is the right across. This is where Orange County is, right? So,
talk about how your parents.
But let me fast forward this to the live version, and let's just start covering it live. So it looks like Nina Turner got back.
Star among so many people in the progressive movement, people who want to see the kind of humanitarian values that you stand for. Humanitarian bottom line. I think a lot of people felt after you did not win in the last in that special election, maybe I should have done a little more. What could we have done to help her more? Is there anything you want to tell those who already are on board with you, who know you, to whom you're not a new face here, as so many of the candidates are here tonight? What do you think I should have done a little more? What could we have done to help?
Through during that race. Another story for another time, but it was
so listen to what Marianne Williamson's saying about why Nina Turner, what could we have done more to help you win this? What could we have done more? This is exactly what I said. Nina Turner can't ask from the help from the left directly because she shunned us. So she can't ask.
But that's what she's here to do.
So what she has to do is do it in a Delilah, doing it in a roundabout way through this event. So let's listen some more. But that's what Marianne Williamson begins to say here. Oops.
No.
Wait on. I'll just move it forward. Ain't no big thing.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I know that
Okay, so now let's hear what she's gonna say. My bad, I hit it too much. This is too much.
So many people in the progressive movement, people who want to see the kind of humanitarian values that you stand for turned into public policy, people who want to see that shift from an economic to a humanitarian bottom line. I think a lot of people felt after you did not win in the last, in that special.
We do phone banking. Everybody serves in Congress, even though they are elected from a district, Marianne. We know that they represent the entire country and even the entire world. And so I need that people power to come back to my rescue this time around.
You see?
And to help us over the finish line. Yes, us over the finish line. So go to NinaTurner.com and get involved any way that you can. It will be greatly appreciated.
All right, so let me go back to the beginning because I obviously fast forward past the part that I had brought up that I was wanted Marianne Williamson was just about to speak. So let me fast rewind a little bit slower as to not pass by that again. And we're going to watch the full Nina Turner interview. Then we'll comment after.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm definitely going to take this hell-raising humanitarian spirit there with me. And certainly I understand in serving in a body. I mean, I served in the Cleveland City Council. I served in the Ohio Senate. When you serve in a body, you're serving with other folks. But there is a spirit, an attitude that must percolate through the halls of Congress that does declare that we must push policy, that the policies of this nation must bend towards the will of the poor, the working poor, and the barely middle class. So I'm going to stand up for those people who are the disenfranchised, the dispossessed, the forgotten, with a fervor. It's going to be as if somebody's in the middle of the ocean saying, hey, come save me. And then the question becomes that if you are in the middle of that ocean and you're about to drown, who do you want to come save you? People that clutch pearls and tighten their ties? Or do you want the type of people to come out there to save you, who will radically come out there?
I want the Green Party or the Socialist Party or the Communist Party. Right. Does that answer your question?
Save you. I believe that if somebody's life is on the line, they want the person who's going to radically.
Not a Democrat.
Come out there to save them. So, baby, I'm bringing the heat.
You know,
bro,
without saying any names, you told me that one sitting congressperson said, please run, Nina, we need you here. What's going to be the strategy next time? Let's say you get there. What's going to be the strategy next time? How are these obstructions, how are these roadblocks to genuine progressive change going to be dealt with? How are you going to do what some people have tried to do and haven't been able to?
Well, we just need a few people. We don't need them all. We need people who have the courage of their convictions and have a backbone and a spine and are willing to take risks. Not on every single. It has to be strategic, Marianne, and we know that. We do it. But there's certain things we're fighting for, certain things we're putting.
No, it needs to be on every single thing. That is the strategy. Right. That is the strategy.
I mean,
I'm trying to say you're already waning from being like not every fight. So how many fights? I guarantee it's not going to match up with the people want. How many fights? How many fights they execute? And so what are we going to eliminate? Force the vote?
How it's always, you need saving. So vote for me. Not, you know what I'm saying? Not revolt. They don't tell you to fight. Actually, how to fight these systems and who actually control these systems.
Yeah,
and these governments.
It's depend on me to try to go in there and do something.
Give money to me, and I promise that I'm gonna do something. Like,
so why would you keep? You know what I'm saying? Why would they change? Is where I'm coming from. They have been, made wealthy by doing not.
Can you further explain that? So when you say why would they change, who are you referring to?
Like, why would the Democratic establishment? I don't care if you're lower or higher up on their, hierarchy. If you have this whole entire party has been gaslighting and just like the conservative people fearmonger, right? And the Democratic people shame people, and they tell them, you work for us, you pay us. You know what I'm saying? We're here to fight for you, but you can't fight for yourself. That's that's essentially what they say. So why would they change their tune when they've nobody's telling them they have to? You're not withholding your vote. You're not withholding your funds. You're not changing who you're willing to give your media attention to. What incentive do they have to actually fight for us?
That is a great, that's a great point. And let's let Nina finish and hopefully get through this, because You can't take much more of this
Man.
stuff.
Democratic Party and the corporates on the Republican side. I mean, we just know Republicans have lost their ever-loving mind.
I was home, man.
And then
I
we got
probably would
corporates
smoke
on the
3-4
Democratic
joints by
side
now.
holding on to things that are not helpful. So just being in coalition with people who are willing to take those kinds of risks. Not one person can do it all, but I think a few good people willing to make a stand can absolutely change things. And I'm not going to capitulate on the things that I believe in the most. So I'm bringing that fire with me, as I brought all over every time I've served in an elected office. And I know what it's like to be in a minority. I was in a super minority when I was a state senator. And one thing my Republican colleagues did not ever want, they didn't want Sister Colonel taken to the floor. They did not want that. And there were times where they didn't need me to pass anything, but they would come by and see me on certain issues because they didn't want me to use the power of the bully pulpit. That is what I am going to do. And take it on the road if necessary. Because I believe that more people.
We seen what happened when you took it on the road last time. Shit, we had more people at our marches than you.
We can see a world as it should be and fight for that world. And we got to have leaders who are willing to put something on the line. And that is why
What are your legislative priorities? You get there, it's your first day. What are you going to work on first?
oh Lord, Marianne, it's
What do new freshman reps get to work on and decide legislation? This is new.
No.
So what does it matter? This is what I was saying. What does it matter what she wants to work on and what she believes when her team is the terrible ones? The people at the leadership don't care anything about this. What you're saying. So
and like she just said, they didn't even need her to pass anything.
Exactly. That is a great point too.
Things, but I would just say Medicare for all, without a doubt. I'm very disappointed about what happened in the great state of California, but that's another interview for another time. We need one of these states.
No, nigga, talk about it.
Yeah, because that's all Democrats.
Show this nation that it can and it should be done. All of the issues that have to do with decency, raising the minimum wage. Why don't we have the PRO Act passed? What's up with that? Why don't we have paid family medical leave? What's up with that? Mr. President, sign the executive order and cancel student debt. What is up with that? Those are the things that need to happen in this country right now, so that the people who need the help the most, that they get it. So, Marianne, that one, you asked me a loaded question. What's the one thing? I want to come in there and do all the things. And it's not enough just to have somebody who's going to vote the right way or they sign on to something.
I'm gonna say all
what
the
are
good
they
shit.
willing to put on the line
You gonna
for
fall
it?
for it.
That is the difference between me and the person who currently holds the seat. And they love it.
Speaking of the person who currently holds the seat, you went through a very tough special election already. I know, all of us watched it. You were treated terribly. It was really, really dirty politics. You had a deep decision to make that I know wasn't easy. Would you get back up, get back in there? Can you tell us a little something about what went on inside you that you said, yeah, I'm going back out there. I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to win this time?
Well, Marianne, I have to say to people who are listening and watching, you bring people like me before the people to say that you were with me in those moments of trepidation that I had about whether or not to get back in the fight in this way. Because I'm never leaving the fight. And it was gut wrenching. I definitely went through a lot of agony and pain, as you know, as you were helping to counsel me through this. But when I think about, not only what the last brother talked about the possibilities, I realized that on the Underground Railroad, my city was the station of hope. And hope is an action word. And as I look back over my life and the lives of other people that I stand up for and stand beside, because it's not just about having a fighter, somebody that's going to fight for. You need somebody that is going to fight with. And I firmly recognize that when I thought about my son and my grandchildren, and also my dad, who was in his 70s, it just reminded me of how important this mission that I am on is, and that I should take the risk, take the chance to do this one more time. And then lastly, to that point, all of the outpouring of support that I have received from people, not only people who live in the 11th district. I mean, there was a time, sisters, where right after that race, I would go to the grocery store, somebody would say, I hope you run again, or I voted for you. Just taking all of those voices with me on top of making this decision helped to push me from concentrating on the pain that I was feeling, because I was maligned something terribly. I mean, it's one thing, fighting against somebody to win the seat.
I didn't see anything in particular that was extra brutal about her race than any other race.
It's another thing.
Except for she was criticized.
So I'm sorry, say that again.
Except for she was criticized. That was what was.
But isn't everybody criticized?
Even
that
Bernie.
everybody should be fairly criticized.
Exactly.
But what happens at all?
No, I hear you. No, I hear the point.
This part of the game, and not only part of the game, but a part of the fucking party that she's trying to get in.
Exactly.
They abused this woman. They left her in the dust.
That's why. Why do you want to join a team that treated you like this?
You got to be getting paid for it.
Race.
Yeah, well, they do. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made, you know, and within, especially if you play to their narrative and to the things that they want to not happen, you know, like $15 an hour. Like, it's so late to even be talking about that now. Y'all missed all of your chances.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And then blamed it on us. Like, blamed it on the people.
You control all three wrenches. That's crazy.
But it was the combination of all of that goodwill of people in the past, people in the present, and looking towards the future that reminded me that I am on assignment and that I must run this race at least one more good time. And so Sister Turner is in it, baby. We're going to do this one more good time. And no matter what happens, they can rest assured that as long as God gives me breath in my body, I am not going anywhere. I am embodying the station of hope.
Well, that's why we love you. You're a star among so many people in the progressive movement, people who want to see the kind of humanitarian values that you stand for turned into public policy, people who want to see that shift from an economic to a humanitarian bottom line. I think a lot of people felt after you did not win in that special election, maybe I should have done a little more. What could we have done to help her more?
So a lot of people was thinking we should do more. The ones that are working 60 hours a week, Delilah and Liv, they should do more. In a pandemic. They had not getting hazard pay. We're thinking the reason why she didn't get elected is that we need to do more. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just like, I kept thinking, and I know sometimes I could be a little cynical, but she's like, one last time. And I was like, I'm pretty sure Kiss had like 6 farewell tours. So I just don't know. I think as long as there's money there, we'll see as many times. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
She can find another reason, Delilah, to run. She can find another reason.
And you know what? I saw Marianne Wilson because I was at Bernie's rally. You know what I'm saying? Along with like 14,000 other people in Texas, and she does the same speech every time, right? Like they get paid to do this, and they say the same thing to everybody, and we all react the same way, and it's just such a clear racket that I just couldn't possibly try. You know what I'm saying? Because if I say, when I told people I'm like, oh, I'm, you know, mixed, so like I'm Latina and I'm also indigenous, people are like, yes, let's how dark are your kids, or like, you know what I mean? And it's just like,
they want already trying to do that. That's just
it's about the money. How much can we make? How much how relatable are you? Like, it's just the kind of advice, and I'm in a third party, y'all, right? Like but advice from other people, because I've met a lot of people who've worked on various campaigns. I met somebody who worked on, like, I won't even tell you, but I met a lot of people who worked on different campaigns, and they all have all these strategies and advice. And I think what everybody's failing to understand is that none of that works anymore right now, because that labor movement that you're happy to try and profit off of is tired. They don't actually care about what you're selling anymore. You know what I'm saying? I think about Nina.
And that's a good thing.
We were just talking about how we just like, I hope you have good health insurance. Most 70-year-olds I know still have to work. They're still working because nobody represents them at all. and they just, you know, you want to talk about these people, but you don't really want to think about these people. You know what I'm saying? That's how it feels.
Absolutely. Let's see if we can finish, Nina. I don't know how long she goes, but let's see if we can finish. Is there anything
you want to tell those who already are on board with you, who know you, to whom you're not a new face here, as so many of the candidates are here tonight? What do you need from us? Obviously, money. People know about.
What do you need from us? Obviously, money. She's saying obviously our money. I don't like. She's talking out of our pockets.
Donate button. Do you need people to come to Ohio? What do you need? Tell us how we can help you.
I would love that time, talent, and treasure. Definitely putting some money towards the mission. If people can do phone banking, just giving up their time, they can go to my website, ninaturner.com. Whatever people can do, where they are with what they have is what we need. I do believe that if everyday, ordinary people put a little extra on their ordinary, extraordinary things can happen. And we know that when somebody serves in Congress, even though they are elected from a district, Marianne, we know that they represent
So why are you talking about federal things?
and even the entire world. And so I need that people power to come back to my rescue this time around. And
The problem is she shunned so many leftists.
Yes, us over the finish line. So go to ninaturner.com and get involved any way that you can. It will be greatly appreciated.
Well, I know that I speak for thousands and thousands of people who so hope that we will get you across the finish line and who feel in our hearts that we'll be able to this time. I know you're in California. I know you're doing some fundraising tonight. I know people out there love you and want to talk to you. So thank you so much for being with us. So appreciate it.
And to all the sisters, seize the house, baby.
Thank you, Senator Turner.
You know, Brianna, you have talked about the disappointment and the emotional, drama that we all go through. Think about what a burst of energy it will be for so many people if we can get Nina Turner into Congress.
Yeah, it's hard. I was thinking as she was describing Cleveland as this beacon of hope, I was thinking of my family's roots there and how my mom recently got into Ancestry.com. And there was this presumption that, okay, we came with the Great Migration like so many Black families from the South. And that is true. My grandmother came from South Carolina. But what she also discovered was another prong of the family had migrated to Cleveland to fight in the U.S. colored troops. And this idea of one of my ancestors coming up from the South to fight for his own freedom in the Civil War, and that history of Black Americans committing to this American dream and this American ideal over and over and over again, and finding themselves disappointed that they're willing to put their lives in the lines in some instances, like this ancestor of mine, to not have the promise fulfilled. And I think that a lot of people who have lost hope, I don't keep bringing it up to be pessimistic, but just to honor that there are people who really did invest and who have really good reason to be frustrated. And why I'm really excited about the line of questioning that we're doing tonight is to give voice to those concerns and to let candidates who I think really do have an alternative vision for the future and who are, like Jason Call, really willing to be adversarial and who really do have a different plan of attack than some of the candidates that we've seen elected already. To demonstrate that people who have a legitimate point in being disappointed can find renewed hope in other people that come down the pike. So I'm grateful for this.
I also think that sometimes people who are critical of electoralism are selling other things short. Like for me, it's just so clearly part of many moving pieces, right? And that I don't expect everything to come from electoralism, and that it's not this end all be all. I mean, it's significant, but again, these things act in concert. You couldn't have had the major electoral gains without the movements on the streets. And I think that, there's this discourse around sheepdogging that we hear a lot, which is basically the idea that we're funneling people into.
That's the word I use. You mean to tell me she saw my shit, motherfucker? Yeah. Because that's exact phrasing for my shit.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what they're doing. They're sheepdogging people into the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
It's not going to be all. It's not going. You're not going to get all of it, but we can all still fight and we can all do it. Like no. But that's sheepdogging.
That's sheepdogging. Let me hear her try to scorn. Let me hear what she says about this.
They'd otherwise be doing something much more valuable. But the problem is we don't actually have enough of the infrastructure of those other more valuable things. I think we need to bring those. But it's not like
the valuable infrastructure you have is the millions of people that follow you. The valuable infrastructure that you have is the people that follow your social media. Yep. That's the infrastructure, is the people. That's all you need.
And your non-voters. The majority of Americans do not vote. Don't stop getting it twisted and acting like, well, the majority want this or this is what the people. No, the people don't want nothing at all. Me and CJ I'm gonna do a show about this. How we shouldn't even have a president legally.
They're not doing nothing for us.
And the majority of the people don't vote.
Right, that's true. All right, so let's play some more.
And create those, but it's not like, but for doing this, people would be out in the streets or in labor militants and involved in the great labor movement that we have. Our labor movement is dead. We need to revitalize it. We need to make it
No,
less corporate, less
you blind?
an arm of the Democratic Party.
What?
And all these things have to happen at the same time.
Even to your point, I do cover people
I
who
got
are
any
out
more
in the streets in
cigarettes?
these movements, and these are like, you know, there's only one running for the seat in Connecticut. So there's still a large group of people doing that kind of activist work.
Sure.
It's
They're
not
trying
as
their
easy
best
as
You
to
activists
make-
need
to
to just
dress
get
up-
people elected. Okay, that's what you're there for.
Right, and they're trying to dress up voting for Democrats so much, like that you can see they're squirming. But I do feel like Bree feels the most comfortable because she's the one that's saying, "I believe in third parties." I think she's still going to vote for third party. I don't think she's just here to participate in the discussion, to ask the questions, to bring in the viewers. But she clearly, to me, seems the most comfortable.
Side of the steps.
Right.
She seems the most real about where, you know what I'm saying? She just
Exactly.
seems
That's
the
a better
most,
way of saying it. That's
like
a
she's
better
not really benefiting a whole
She's
lot,
not dismissing. She's not dismissing our tactics. Like you see how they dismissing our tactics and the way we're going at it, saying that it won't work. Listen to us. Our plan will work. Their plan has went.
They
through,
just said
but
the
has
labor
fallen.
movement's dead.
Everything
Like, what are
has
you
killed
talking
everything.
about?
Everything that has touched the Democratic Party has been killed, from healthcare, minimum wage, all
Yes.
of that. It did. Only reason why we have minimum wage in certain states right now is because of the pandemic and the people refusing to work for fast food restaurants for little nothing.
Right, for little nothing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Someone like Rebecca clearly does both. I mean, she's
Yeah.
been
Yeah,
on
so
house, she's
Rebecca-
been an organizer, she's been taking over buildings. Yeah.
When I alluded earlier to one of the candidates who had called into my call-in show and talked about the barriers to running as a third-party candidate, it was Rebecca Parsons. And she gave just like a really honest, open accounting of the challenges that she faced. She seriously considered running as not a Democrat, as a third-party candidate. And I think it's important to have those conversations because I think a lot of our audience probably heard her start talking and met her with a lot of skepticism. But as she explained, it became clear that she had made a choice that wasn't rooted in wanting to be a Democrat and kind of sheepdogging people in the Democratic Party, but realistically wanting to get in there.
I ran for Congress as an independent, and I ran for
What?
Congress as an independent for all the reasons we're talking about. I was standing on principle, you know, in order not to participate in the duopoly.
So they're basically saying
It was hard.
the system
It
is
was
so
dropped out.
corrupt and so corrupt. The only way that I can get in office if I join one of the corrupt teams.
And what
That's
was you
right.
saying about slaves
Just get in line.
joining,
Yeah, the abolitionists joining slave owners. That don't make any sense. Like you want to abolish slavery, but you're gonna go join the slave owner team to do that? Like that doesn't make any
get close
sense.
to them and know. I gotta get close, and we gotta figure out what they're thinking. They thinking, "Fuck you." That's
what they're thinking. But I'm sorry, Liz or Delilah, were you speaking? Go ahead.
I haven't heard enough from Liv.
No, I'm just loving listening right now and enjoying this conversation.
Yeah, and it sounds like your stream is back to normal. So anytime
I'm
you
on
want
my phone right now, so we'll see how this works. So this has been working right now.
That's maybe I knew something was going on, Liv, while you were being quiet over there. Let me see what this comment is about. Marianne turned Biden supporter. Then she on Chris Hedges' show the other day.
That's what opportunists do.
Yes, she's playing both sides. This is perfect, spot on. That's what opportunists do. So thank you for this super chat from Chris. Yes, Brianna is the most real, but she's not asking any kind of pointed questions, and she hasn't said why this time will be different than elected. What? Let me aggress. This is not defending her. Let me just tell you how I read it. Every time she talked about legitimate people being against, I looked at Marianne Williamson. Yeah. She wasn't happy with that. So I'm not saying something was set up, but it feels like she knows where her unannounced boundaries are because she is being invited on a corporate. Yeah, because I think Marianne Williams took money, right? Yeah, she took money. So you get what I'm saying. So that's how I read it. And she hasn't said, and maybe because there isn't gonna be a difference. Maybe that's why she's not bringing it up because she knows there's not gonna be a difference. Again, I think she's voting third party
But what
Again,
can you say?
Yeah, she had Jill Stein on. She gave her a fair.
yeah.
You know, I don't know if y'all saw that one.
I
Jill
I
Stein was
caught a
on.
clip, not like the whole full thing. Somebody has a couple of clips somewhere that I saw, so I didn't see the full thing. But let's see if we can finish out a little more before. Yeah, we end this stream.
And I realized in retrospect that that was a very naive choice in that particular district at that particular time. Sometimes candidates have to make a choice. Do I really want to get, have a chance of getting elected here? Or do
I want to run on my policies?
I run as an independent? Not in all, in some districts, it's a
Do I have
conceivable
dignity
thing
or
to
do I
do.
sell out?
But the institutional obstructions are so great because of the unholy alliance of the Democratic and the Republican Party.
So join them so you can get elected.
So, when you think of what people have gone through just to get the vote, I think that we shouldn't be apologizing either for the fact that we are actually standing for that as well. These people who are running, and I think you can tell this already tonight from the people who are candidates, they are not people who do not understand these questions. They're not, like you were talking about Rebecca Parsons, they're not people who are naive or who are, like you were talking, sheep talking for the Democratic Party. I don't think anybody here or any of these candidates doesn't understand the problems with the Democratic Party. I know I do. But sometimes you need some sophisticated analysis and you need to deal with some.
Was that a shot at somebody?
So only sophisticated people
Yes.
come from the Democratic establishment. Y'all. They're the only good ones.
Great point. Can you say that again? Great point.
Only sophisticated candidates come from the Democratic establishment. Like that, no other. If you're naive, if you run as an independent, Marianne's words, this is what she said.
That's what she just said.
And it's it's naive to go against the powers that be.
Juxtaposing gnarly truths and do what it takes to get where you need to go. It doesn't
To
mean
stay
you're
exactly
sacrificing
where
your principle.
you are comfortable.
Let me see how she phrases that again, Delilah. Because I think it was kind of
I'm sorry. I just,
let's hear this again.
Juxtaposing gnarly truths.
Oh,
and do
sorry,
what
I didn't rewind it. I'm up here.
Be
Let's go here.
apologizing either for the fact that we are actually standing for that as well. These people who are running, and I think you can tell this already tonight from the people who are candidates, they are not people who do not understand these questions. They're not, like you were talking about Rebecca Parsons, they're not people who are naive or who are, like you were talking, sheep talking for the Democratic Party. I don't think anybody here.
No, you're sheepdogging for the Democratic Party, not them.
sheepdogging.
You are.
Nobody, and then y'all have the nerve to talk about, season the House or whatever, and not have any third party.
Yeah,
people
that's
y'all don't have.
rubs me the
Y'all
wrong
not
way.
talking about challenging power. Y'all not talking about leveraging power. Y'all not talking about anything but
just get them in.
Get my progressives in, and they're going to be different from the other progressives last year.
It just happened last year.
It's probably the same playbook. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. I mean, let's see if we can get through a little more.
Or any of these candidates doesn't understand the problems with the Democratic Party. I know I do. But sometimes you need some sophisticated analysis and you need to deal with some juxtaposing gnarly truths and do what it takes to get where you.
That's basically saying sometimes you have to pick the lesser of the two evil.
Yeah.
You have to pick between the the gnarly truths. Yeah. Bullshit ass. Man. Bullshit. Let's move forward to the live stream.
I think it's done. Please tell me they're done.
No, they're going another hour. We're not gonna go another hour with them.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go.
Owen is out there, and Northrop Grumman.
Let's listen to this.
California.
Let's listen to her. Let me get her in the beginning to give her chance. So.
Okay, well, I'm very happy to be talking to our next person.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. So mother, wife, teacher, union leader, activist, law school graduate, scout troop leader, first Latina ever elected to the Simi Valley City Council. And I think I heard you say you had 3 jobs.
Well, my full-time job is a teacher. I've been teaching for over 22 years. It's called a part-time job as a Simi Valley City Councilwoman. And I also I'm a partner in a company that my sisters and I started. We're all Latinas, we're all Mexicans, and it's called Sisterhood for Equity. So yeah, 3 jobs.
3 jobs. Sometimes I feel we can get more done when we're doing a lot. Somehow. Well, I want to get right into it because you bring so much to the table. As a teacher, you teach social studies and you tell the class right up front, this is not your Disney America. Is that what it is? Or this is not your Disney history? Talk about that.
Yeah. I tell them, you're going to learn real history here. I work at a continuation school. We just enrolled 8 new students today. And so, at the ethnic studies class and the world history class, I tell them, hey, this is not a Disney history class. There may not be a happy ending. Like, I'm going to teach you real history. And that's really important, especially right now when teachers are under attack. We have 9 states that have passed legislation, holding us personally and legally liable for teaching anything that would make anyone uncomfortable. The Don't Say Gay bill in Florida, which I'm not going to follow that, because these are my students. We know that LGBTQ students are at the highest risk of depression and suicide. We know that our immigrant students need a place where they feel comfortable. Our intersectional students need places where they're comfortable. So teachers are under attack right now. We need one of us in Congress that's going to push back on that legislation, that's going to make sure that we can teach all the history, the real history.
Absolutely. Let's talk about climate change. You said that you want to tackle climate change with an emphasis on the environmental racism part. Can you talk about your platform around that?
So in the 22 years that I've been a teacher, I know personally that a lot of the drilling and a lot of the, fracking that they want to do and a lot of the chemicals that they release, are in communities of color because they know that they're disenfranchised communities, that they can't fight back, that they don't have representatives that are going to fight for them on their behalf. And so as someone who lives in Ventura County but works in Los Angeles County, I see this all the time, from the Aliso Canyon gas leak, where they won't even talk about, addressing all the people that have gotten cancer, to the Santa Susana Field Lab, a nuclear meltdown that happened less than 5 miles from my home, to the drilling and fracking that is happening all over Ventura and LA County.
Why
These
can't
are
she
things
just
that impact
bring
communities of
light to this
color,
right here and right
most
now? Like,
desperately,
I mean, and what?
and
It's the
especially our
Democrats that's
students.
giving off.
We have schools that
It's
are
the
right next
Democrats
to
that's
places
giving
where they're
out this
dumping
land that
pesticides.
judges had to stop. Judges had to stop
I'm
the
sure,
Democrats
like,
from
I
giving out
know,
so
it's
much
just
land.
hard to listen to, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we care. Oh, we care so much, but then they don't really. We haven't even passed universal health care in this country through a pandemic. How is anybody supposed to believe anybody that holds any power is willing to do anything to protect people or help them? She wants to bring up cancer and she wants to bring up environmental racism. Well, what would help somebody who has cancer is free healthcare. Instead people are emptying out their
Great
savings
point.
and taking second loans on their homes
And having
so that they can pay
GoFundMe
for
account.
treatment. And
I
they
actually
want to
feel bad
fundraise
for
off of this, but not actually change it or challenge it legislatively. Like, it's exhausting, because
I
I
feel
don't
bad
think
for it
that these
because
people are bad people, but I don't think they're strong enough to actually fight against the systems. But they want to talk about them all day long, but they're not going to put themselves in harm's way.
Right.
they're
You know
gonna
what I'm
tweet
saying?
about
To actually challenge these systems. If you were challenging them, you wouldn't have a platform,
Absolutely. What were you saying, Rome? Go ahead.
Damn. Well, I actually feel bad for her because it seemed like she got a good resume, but she just gave it all up to be a Democrat. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
That's what you said.
no matter how you look at it, like I was saying, okay, you want to do environmental things and blah blah blah, but look, it is your people who's giving off this land, standing rock and all
Right. The
the
drilling.
pipelines,
Yeah. It's
the
like,
drilling, the fracking.
right.
This is the Democrats doing. So all that you have fought for, all that you have done, you just erase your
You
whole
just erased it by
identity.
joining the Democrats. All that stuff you want to do environmentally, the Democrats don't want to do. And you're executing the Democrats' plan. You're not executing your personal plan. Go ahead.
So no, I remember Standing Rock, and Obama was still president then, and people were like, this all happened under Trump. It started under Obama, and he went to Native youth and was like, I hear you, I care about you, and they're like, why aren't you helping us? And he never answered for that, and none of them will. And so we saw, obviously Liv was there. There was plenty of brutality at the White House. when they were protesting all of the leases that Biden approved for the Gulf. I mean, it's and this woman, I don't remember her name, but she said these disenfranchised people, they can't fight for themselves, but their communities can. You're part of the system that disenfranchises these communities continually. Like in Texas, they're always bringing up gerrymandering. And they're saying, you know, the Republicans gerrymander, well, for a very long time, the Democrats gerrymandered the hell out of this state, but they don't want you to bring it up. You know what I'm saying? That's why we haven't had a Democrat elected since the 90s, because you lost control over that. And now they want it back, and they want us to believe that they're going to be impartial and fair. Come on now.
Exactly. Get real. Let's listen to this last candidate that Bree interviews here.
Guard Daniel Lee. I think we're still trying to get connected to him a little bit. Here we go.
I'm ready to roll.
How are you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing well. Look, you are a military man. I'm going to put the question straight to you because I know you can take it. A lot of listeners are probably wondering, what would you do differently than the members of the squad that some people feel like should have done more to advance progressive issues?
Well, I think there's a lot that a number of members of the squad, and for that matter, members of the Progressive Caucus have said about the next generation and shepherding other people in. And I think we've seen the opposite from a lot of the most prominent members, and they've more or less been making friends with the establishment to some degree because they have other, aims. If it's AOC, maybe it's the New York Senate seat. If it's other members of the squad, it's longevity. And I think what we need to see, and I got to credit a lot of members of the squad were actually asking for this, for the Democratic Party to actually stick to its guns, for it to embrace its boldness, for it to put its body on the line as Cori Bush did and say, no, this country isn't just for rich people. This country is for working class people as well. I think voters respond to that. Voters respond to authenticity, and voters respond to politicians who can communicate that they know what they're going through. They know the material conditions that people live in from day to day, and that they haven't improved in decades.
I want somebody who's going to do something.
Attribute that centrist because a lot of folks sounded great before they got into Congress, right? But does seem to be this corrupting effect of being in Washington. How would you resist that effect, and where do you think that comes from?
Well, I'll start with where it comes from. I think it's just the formula. It's the formula that Bill Clinton used. It's the formula that Barack Obama used. And it's something that I like to talk about, like in the present day, is the difference between a progressive and a faux-progressive. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, incredible orators. They can bring you to tears, even if you think they're full of shit.
What?
But
Leo men, am I right?
Hello.
they know what they're doing when it comes to that. When it comes to the actual policy that they push forward, and this is something that Democrats, long after, whether that be speakers of the House, leaders of the Senate, presidential candidates have done.
So you're learning how to talk like Obama.
They've used this lofty language to talk about minuscule piecemeal advances, to talk about incrementalism, essentially, to frame incrementalism and the type in the prose of the type of systemic change that we all have known for a while that we need. And I think the American electorate has been seduced by that, whether that be at the presidential level or the congressional level, because that's the formula. That's how you get in. That's how you stay in. You say the lofty things, and then you do the same things that you've done over and over
so how you
again.
And
as a result, people at the bottom, income inequality gets worse. The climate crisis gets worse as we say we're doing something, but then, prove all of these oil and gas permits in the Gulf of Mexico, which of course were thankfully struck down, but I'm sure they'll be back. It's talking out of two sides of your mouth, and it's almost like politics 101, but it comes in different guises each generation.
Well, Dana, but this is the frustrating thing. so much of the narrative going into 2018 was the reason these candidates ultimately disappoint us is because they take corporate money. Then in 2018, 2020, we got this influx of candidates who don't take any corporate money. And I want to be clear, there are substantive, meaningful differences between them and the traditional blue dog Democratic candidates. And yet they still don't seem to be ringing the alarm bell and taking on an adversarial approach to to politics the way we expected.
All right, let's pause it there. We have another RBN member just joined. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was joining. I thought he was already.
I saw him for a second, and then he left.
Issue. I mean, isn't that exactly the kind of behavior that enables corporate Democrats?
Okay, there we go. I was trying to figure out why is it not playing. Stop playing. All right, so I guess we'll go back to the video, and then when Nick comes on, we'll shoot to him. So
I mean, those are good questions to ask. I don't think anybody else is going to ask them. So
even in a progressive state like California, to be able to say, "Hey, I really am a progressive," because they never actually have to go to the mat on these policies, which are overwhelmingly popular in these districts.
Hold on, because then
well, yeah, I mean, it is exactly that. And for California historians, I mean, single-payer healthcare has come up a number of times in recent history, and each time it's been destroyed. But it's usually come up when Democrats have been in the state assembly, state senate majority, but there's been a Republican governor. Mm-hmm. And in those times, you know, Democrats seem to find their courage, and they seem to, you know, be supermen and superwomen, super people, and be able to go to the mat because they know even if they win, even if they get a TKO, you know, it'll be overturned by the governor. I think there is something to be said about performativity. It is something that is infected, not just in politics, but in activism as well. If we had a longer time, I would talk more about Black Lives Matter and how close it's gotten to the Democratic Party. And the fact that it seems like there was some type of order that more or less said, get out of the streets. But I haven't seen unarmed Black people stop being shot by police officers across the country.
Okay.
I think there's still urgency there. There's still urgency around income inequality, and there's still urgency around the climate crisis. What we don't have is people who are willing to act on that.
That's so false.
Well, Daniel, I would love to continue this conversation on bad faith. I'm sure other people would love to talk to you on their platforms because there's a lot remaining to be talked about. People who want to learn more about you.
Okay, let's take that out and then let's discuss. So Nick, how you doing, Nick? Have you had a chance to watch much of the stream?
Yeah, I was watching some of the Marianne Williamson stream a little bit, and then I saw you guys were live. Then I was like, oh shit, I was watching you guys for the last 20-30 minutes. It's just do you think they saw because do you think they saw the criticism of this? Because I've seen a few segments that they did that I'm not sure would have existed if it wasn't for the pressure that CJ was putting on them, right?
Why? I don't know what happened. Tell us what happened, Nick.
You're messing up the algorithm.
I don't know how much you guys were watching. They did an entire segment that was like, we're not sheepdogging people. We promise.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was explaining why you should run as a Democrat instead of independent. And I was watching that. I was like, do you guys have this planned? I don't know what segments was planned. Maybe they were getting some comments from the chat because I was looking at the chat, man, and
this chat.
A lot of people underestimate how tired people are of the Democratic Party, and I want you guys to keep something in mind. Not one person on the panel, and this is not a criticism of them as a person. Not one person on the panel lived in poverty. Look, and you got to ask yourself, and I'm starting to ask this question: why do they pick people that only from the upper class bourgeoisie? Do you guys think that's on accident? Crystal Ball is worth $30 million, but she's on the panel because maybe, just maybe, if they invited a working class person on the panel, maybe they will tell them that they're full of shit. Maybe if a working class person was interviewing one of the politicians, they would ask them, why are you not criticizing AOC and the squad for funding the police more? I also noticed when I was watching this, there was no questions that was directed that was based on the violence of the party. They was like, oh my, What can we do to make the Democratic Party do more? If you elect more progressives, we make the Democratic Party will actually fight for you. That's not the issue.
What are they doing? What are they actively doing?
And not even just that. What the question that I will ask, the question that any real working class, especially if you're a Black Marxist, they would say, what will your response to the Democratic Party funding the police more? How do you stop that? So Joe Biden, this is the question I'll ask him. Joe Biden said he will end the ICE detention centers. What is your plan of action to stop that? I watched this whole stream. Not one person has asked about ICE. Not one person asked about Palestine. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I've been watching a little bit.
No, you're not wrong.
So they should ask a question like this. This is a question I will ask. Jamal Bowman and Ilhan Omar repeatedly voted in favor of apartheid in Israel. Can you give us an assurance that you will not join the squad in voting for the Iron Dome? Like, these are the questions that you should ask, not some shit like, how do you think you can win? Why?
Nick, this is the same. It's the same point we brought up earlier. It's like, why are they asking these? This is like a corporate media segment from cable news. The questions were terrible.
Bree, and to be fair to Bree, Bree's like the only person who's like bringing up legitimate concerns. Like,
yeah,
Bree is the only person I've seen that's like, are you guys sure this is the only strategy? That's kind of the message that she's trying to be nice. And I'm not mad that she's trying to be nice. I'm like that too. I'm not really that confrontational. Like, right?
Yeah.
Like when I talk to people, I usually try to explain. I don't want to hurt their feelings. That's what I see Bree is doing. I see Bree is kind of there like, are you guys sure about this? that's kind of like her mindset.
No, like I said that earlier, that when she was saying certain things, she was like, yeah, I still think that for the people who are, are kind of disappointed, I looked at Marianne Williamson every time and I got the vibe she wasn't happy. I got the vibe she wasn't
I did watch the Bree because she brought it up. Because Bree said a few times, like, what were your response to be the people who was upset about the squad disappointing them? And I am willing to have candidates on my show. They're not going to come on the show because every single progressive that run in the Democratic Party, everyone should ask them one thing. Everything should ask them one thing. What is your thoughts on how the squad has done so far? It's a trick question because a lot of them will say, because they are for access, right? A lot of these candidates will say, oh, I think AOC and the squad are doing their best. And if any candidate tells you that, immediately scratch them off your list. Don't donate to them. Don't vote for them because they are going to do the same thing that the squad did because they won't criticize the squad because they want to be part of the club. So that's the first question that you should ask anybody who is calling themselves a progressive running in the Democratic Party. What is your thoughts on the squad? Do you think we should force the vote? Do you guys think we should stay in the street for the eviction moratorium? Do you guys think that, what are your thoughts about Jamal Bowman voting for Israel weapons deals, right? Like, these are the questions that you got to ask these people. And if they are apologizing for them, they're going to do the same. But I haven't seen none of those questions. It's just, there's this fluff question.
Yeah.
So YouTube is supposed to be counteractive to mainstream media. We're supposed to be different than mainstream media. We're not supposed to be just a progressive version of mainstream media. So what mainstream media does, they have these politicians on, and then they ask them a ton of fluff questions because they agree with their neoliberal agenda. Just because you agree with their agenda does not mean you give them fluff questions.
Right.
I got a lot of
to really explain that. That's a great assessment. We gave the hood version of that, and you broke it down for people to really understand. Like, ours was a lot shorter, but thanks for explaining that. But I do want to kind of look at some of the comments here. So I hope I magnified it enough for everybody to see.
Oh, guys, do you know what happened with Crystal Ball?
No, that's what I want to find out. So tell me before we get to that.
I was talking to Stabby earlier. Crystal Ball. I'm not a fan of her. But what she did is actually kind of based. She went on that live stream. She was there for 10 minutes. She just essentially said, yo, the squad sucks. Peace out, y'all. She went on the live stream and was like, yo, you guys know the squad sucks, right? The squad is not doing anything they promised that they said it was going to do. She was there only to say that. And then she dipped.
Oh, I'm going to have to brief. I got to find that shit.
She said that.
Dude, it's the funniest shit. I was talking to Savvy about this before I joined on here. I'm like, we was like, where the hell did Crystal Ball go? The only thing she did was like, she went there just to like, yo, I think it's a good idea to vote for people with good ideas, but the squad sucks. Peace out.
She literally said like bye on the
No,
stream.
I'm summing it up. I'm using humor
Yeah.
too as well. But that's simply what she did. She went in there, criticized the squad, and she dipped in like 10 minutes. Like, look, Crystal bailed after 10 minutes of this because she was like, "This is bullshit."
Oh, okay. Let's read some of the comments. There's one. Yeah, like you said, Eric W. Crystal bailed after 10 minutes. It's AOC swollen after an allergic reaction. I don't know. AOC versus Crystal. I want to see that fight. Let me get to some better comments. Crystal.
I'm far from a Crystal fan, but that was actually based because that's essentially what she did. She was like, "This is bullshit. This is wasting my time."
Crystal too busy with her new hubby, Kyle. Okay, so let's skip to the next one. The same progressive that sent our money to Connor Lamb and CO. These are no progressive Democrats. Democrats are screwed anyway. We want. I'm trying. Let's find a positive comment. Maybe that's easier to find a positive comment.
So what comments are these?
This is from their stream, not ours.
I thought that's their stream.
This is their stream. Yes,
their subscribers.
Yes. This is their. So I just blew up. I just
remember her being like, "Oh, we gotta pander to these wealthy donors," and I was like, "Of course you think that." You know, that's all I caught from her little segment.
Hey,
but all I noticed is a lot of the candidates kept talking about middle and working class only, and they did not ever bring up poor people. And I thought that was really interesting that they're sitting here trying to say, "Okay, we'll give up on corporate money," but that means that I guess the middle class, working class needs to pick up the slack on their funding. That's what it sounds like the strategy is from them.
Just terrible. But these
remember what we said, CJ?
Yeah.
When we talk about like leftist leaders, I would be interested in, right? Every single person on there, except Christine. I actually know Christine pretty well. Everyone else there, I just heard nothing but toxic positivity. Just like
when you say Christina, Christina was on the one on the far left?
Christine, she was one of the candidates. She ran out Florida.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about the candidates. Okay, go ahead.
I actually know her. I've talked to her a few times. And then Christine was the one who called out. And this is very interesting because remember what I said very, very early on. I said I'm not interested in any candidate unless you're calling out the institutional progressives, unless you're calling out the squad. So Christine, she was on the live stream and she said, "I'm gonna be real with you guys. A lot of these working class family progressive groups, they are pretty much just still endorsing corporate Democrats, and they became wedged with the establishment. And there are a lot of these people who are running anti-establishment campaigns. There are people who are like challenging corporate Democrats, but the Justice Democrats in the working class families are not even endorsing them. And then AOC and the Justice Democrats abandon them. They don't tweet them out to their 12 million followers as well. So they don't even believe in their own tactics. The institutional progressives elected by the Democratic Party, they actually side with Nancy Pelosi and not supporting progressive campaign promises anymore, campaign challenges anymore, apparently.
Wow, I think I'm gonna take this down. I can't find one positive comment.
I can't believe that's their comments. That's crazy.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
because
I can't find one.
Are watching this. Our people are watching this.
Yeah. So let me take this out, and I think I'll set it up and see where they're at in the stream, but we might be bringing this coverage of it. Like we can continue the conversation if some people want to continue to but like what they're saying, the coverage of their thing is like
we got to because all of them are Democrats at the end of the day. None of them actually are going to leverage real power.
They are using boutique politics, and there's a part of me that don't blame them. There's a part of me that like these are just rich people that are trying their best, right? But that's something that I have to highlight. When I say not one person on this panel have lived in poverty, that is not inherently an attack. I am letting you guys know where the perspective is coming from. I don't know everyone's background here, but most of us grew up poor. We're working class, right? I'm not assuming anyone's background here. But so there will always be that difference in perspective, which is why they never will platform poor working class people on their shows. They will always be like, "Oh, I got Dr. Johnson from the University of the STEAM." They're like, why can't you just talk to a worker? Like it always got to be some fucking he's a double doctor. He was a CEO and former CIA analyst. It's like, bro, we don't need to hear from these people. It's the same shit. And that's what you get on these panels. You're gonna get the same kind of questions. And I'm gonna finish the rest of it just for I think it's an important case study, but
You're going in on them.
What I'm trying to do, Nick, is I'm trying to find the section where Crystal Ball goes off. And let me see. Let me play it here and see if this is it.
I'm probably about to run around the corner and grab something.
Okay, go ahead, and then I'll see you in a minute. So Nick is, Roman's gonna check, check out, and he'll be back later. So go ahead, get some, and then I'll be here.
You neglect any of these potential avenues because the conditions and the stakes are so dire and the stakes are so high. So it has to be a reinvigorated labor movement. It has to be activists and movement building, and it has to be people who are in positions of power that are ideologically aligned and open to being pushed by those movements so that they actually respond.
Well, the people we're talking to tonight, you won't even have to push them. Just get them in there. They are the people who have been spending their lives doing the pushing. And these people will impress you. But listen, let's not apologize for the vote. Let's remember.
You said you want me to end it here?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
People have died so that others could vote. Look at what the women suffragettes.
All right, I think I got to go back a little more because that's not the part.
I hope that, my hope for this evening will be that all of us expand our sense of citizenship. I know that sounds a little bit corny, but I think we need to see conscious citizenship, active citizenship as part of what it means to live a well-lived life.
Maybe if you weren't deporting thousands of migrants every freaking day, we could get more voters.
What about active? Why is active citizenship mean voting? That's the least way. That's the least thing you can do.
Voting works for people in their class. And
French say, if you don't do politics will do you. God knows politics.
Trying to stop it. Sorry, it just kind of glitching. Okay.
We can't afford.
Hey, I can't stay for much longer. Just
okay. So let me
are so
pause this here. I'm having trouble with it.
Sorry, I gotta work.
So let's give Delilah the proper send off since she has to check out. We're not gonna be on much longer, but I know you gotta check out. It's late where you are, so when you got kids, so. Thank you for joining us for this. Everyone who don't know, Lila is running for Texas governor under the Green Party. Support Green Party candidates, third party candidates. You see her name there, Delilah for Texas. Find us. Find us on or find her on Twitter at her name right there. Do you have a website or any more information people can find you or your campaign?
Yeah, we do have a website, delilahfortexas.com, and we're on Instagram and Facebook as well. It's a small team of people, honestly. You know what I mean? Like, we just do not have the kind of corporate money to just be all over the place, but we're trying our best, and word of mouth is the most important way, I believe, to really get people on your side and get them familiar with what you're trying to help do. So it's on our website, our platform. And you can find us on again Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Awesome.
Thank you for inviting me to talk. That was a little bit of a struggle, but I'm glad to be in the struggle with you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
thank you again.
Thanks,
Delilah,
good night.
Have a great time. Rest of your night.
Bye.
Thank you. So Nick, we'll talk a few more minutes.
But I say you guys don't have to stay long for my okay. I was just jumping in and say what's up mostly.
Yeah, we plan to because I wanted to cover the whole thing and it goes till 7, but it's just been really just the same thing over and over. So maybe we don't need to go through all of it, but there is a couple of sections. I want to try to find a section with Crystal Ball, but if I don't, there is a couple of sections I want to comment.
Let's just hear what she said. Let's just go to one last spiel that she says. Hopefully, I don't know. We see. Let's see.
Because so Jason Call is the first interviewer, right? And after Jason, when they go back to the panel, I don't see Crystal Ball there.
Yeah, go back to the beginning.
Oh, you mean the beginning? Oh, gotcha. Let's go back to the beginning and see.
I had it in the background. I was listening to it. So I don't know like when this is going on, but they were just talking about like, oh, maybe you need. We gotta go back to the part. Let's see what they say.
Yeah, let me see as close as I can because I need a few more seconds to get it right at the beginning here. Okay. It might play a little bit of background music. I'll mute it until they come on the screen.
They said one person says 9 in the beginning, guys. Oh well, maybe I'll watch it and then maybe I can do a segment once I get the time.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we're gonna have to do that because
just so we can save time.
It's not in the beginning. If you're looking for, because we watched it from the beginning, so I know it's not in the very, very beginning. But
yeah, if you want to, we can take some chat. We can take some chats if you want to.
Yeah, at some point. Let's take it here. Let's see it from here.
Helper. She is co-host of the Useful Idiots podcast and also host of the Katie Helper Show, which you can find on YouTube and Patreon and all of those places. And right here, the woman who inspired this evening, who requires no introduction, the one and only Marianne Williamson, of course, former presidential candidate. And you all should be subscribing to Marianne's Substack, which is mariannewilliamson.substack.com. And I'm co-host of Breaking Points and co-host of Crystal Kyle and Friends and all that good stuff. Marianne, you really led the charge in terms of getting this stream together and saying, listen, we need to do something. We can't sit around on our duffs and hope things get better. We need to back people who are stepping out into the void and trying to do something out there in the country.
If you want to pause
have
yeah, I can pause it. I'm sorry. I wasn't even listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is just their intro, but this is once again, this is just them engaging in bourgeoisie politics. And this is why we have to do our part as like a working class channel, a channel coming from Black leftist perspective, to put other alternatives out on the table. Because you see how they led there. That's why I want to stop. She said we don't want to feel like we're doing nothing, and that's why they put this summit together. And when you come for money, and when you can throw money at candidates, we can throw money at campaigns, you can afford to do that. That's your route to change. We explained on our live stream before, the Democratic Party appeals to white suburbia because that's where the votes are up for grabs. So there's a level of representation there for them. And then they can throw money around. So this is their best route, because when you talk to us, I'm like, I want to see us in the streets. I want to see strikes. I want to see the economy shutting down. Now, if you're from suburbia, do you want to see that? Or would you rather see a 2, 4, 6-year plan, a 10-year plan be put in place? So I'm even hesitant to even to say this is a bad thing that they're doing. We just need to be there to instill revolutionary discipline and not allow the left to be led off a cliff again, right? And I was looking at the live stream. They actually talked to Alexandra Hunt right now. She one of the few people I actually talked to. I talked to her on my old show a long time ago. That's wild. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that's all I had to say there. But you can play it for a few more. I actually want to see what Alexandra's saying real quick. You mind if I share this, DJ?
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can get it off. Oh yeah. You can
put it. It don't matter. I think it's live right now. I want to see what she's saying.
Yeah, take mine off because it's going slow.
I can do it too. Let's see. I'm not gonna play it for long. I just want to see what she's saying. I'm not gonna play it too long.
That harm and how that can be repaired.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alexandra.
Good luck, Alexandra.
Oh, can you rewind it a little bit or no? It's all right.
I could, but it's not a big deal. Alexandra Hunt. I actually talked to her on my old channel a long time ago. Very, very long time ago. And now I see her on that stream. I think she didn't. Obviously, she didn't win last time, but I didn't see what she had to say. But there got to be other discussions on other options at this point. Like that's what I want to emphasize, because if you're other upper class, as I was saying earlier, honestly, you could afford to donate to multiple campaigns. So when I speak out against electoral politics, I'm not saying that for no reason. And when I see them talk about electoral politics and our criticism of it, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Because when I talk about why we need to invest more into mutual aid instead of electoral politics, because the reality of the situation is the working class is struggling. So if you're a working class single mother, is it smart for you to donate $10? Imagine it, you are socially conscious, despite the fact that you are struggling as a single mom with 2 kids. So despite the fact you're on tight finances, you budgeted $10 a month that you can donate to social causes. That's how tight your budget is. But you want to do something. So you have $10 a month allocated for social causes. Is it smart for you to take the $10 you have that 1 month to give it to a campaign that's gonna lose, that's gonna be fun, that's gonna be washed out by corporate cash? Or do you get that $10 to a food bank? Do you get that $10 to a mutual aid organization locally in your area? That's where they don't understand about my criticism of electoral politics. I actually do believe you should take all your shots. If you have opportunity, take all the shots you can get. But we as a left need to be more intelligent about how we spend the limited amount of resources we have. We are not the Democratic or Republican Party. We do not have unlimited corporate backing. We have allegedly, right? And I'm talking about only the grassroots organizations now because just Democrats been set out, right? But allegedly, we only got small grassroots donations that are funding our movement. So why would we waste that money on losing campaigns? And when I saw them talking about our criticism of electoral politics, they never mentioned resource allocation, which is a real thing that people with revolutionary discipline need to talk about. If you have, and once again, I use a desperate example there, but let's say you're doing a little better. Let's say you got $50 you allocate per month to social causes. Is it still smart for you to spend $50 out to donate to campaigns, or should you spend $45 to mutual aid and $5 to a like? These are conversations that you got to have. They're not even mentioning that when they criticize our criticism of electoral politics. That's not even part of the equation. They start off the live stream like, "Yo, don't donate how much you can, guys. We gotta get this money to the campaigns." And I'm like, it's easy for you guys to say that because not one of you guys ever lived in poverty.
Yes.
This is why I don't criticize them for their strategy, because if you're rich like they are, you can waste money. But if we are a poor working class movement that know that the Democratic Party is not going to defund the police, that no matter how many progressives we get, ICE will still have funding. No matter how many progressives we get, we're still going to have apartheid in Palestine. Like, if there are issues that you know won't be solved within the Democratic Party and with that strategy, why would you spend your $50 on that instead of mutual aid? This is the question I keep asking these electoral politics lovers, and they never explain this. They always straw man. They're like, well, the people who criticize electoral politics, they have no long-term plan. No, motherfucker, you have no long-term plan.
Yeah.
You guys have no resource allocation management. Like, think about this. We lost the Nina Turner campaign, and we raised more. The Nina Turner campaign raised more money than Chantel Brown. So I know it hurts to say this, but every single person who donated to Nina Turner, you wasted your money. Imagine all the money that we spent on Nina Turner, who spent more money than Chantel Brown, if that money went to homeless people, if that money went to food banks. Imagine if Rome had a quarter of that money on tour for the poor. That's the criticism. Nina lost that race. Bernie lost 2 races. All that money, flush it in the toilet, guys. We got to learn from our mistakes. And if you're rich, you don't have to learn because shit is good for you. So they can continue to advocate for the same strategy, which is why I said props to Bree, because she was one of the few people that was like, hey, you guys, are you not sure about this? That's why she was there. And Marianne even says that's why Bree is here. So props to her.
She was out, and she was absolutely the most leftist, the most. She's the one who openly said, I'm not voting. I'm voting third party.
The
like,
funny
she
thing is, I
openly
think
said it. So
when I watched the show, it was obvious that Brie was meant to be there to be like the devil's advocate to the program, which I give Marianne props to that. At least she brought on someone to be a devil advocate. Like, we dragging her, but I can give her props on the small things she does right. So I think when they set the show up, Brie was there to be kind of the devil's advocate, and then everyone else is on board, right? But that's how it goes. But and that's just my analysis of watching in the background. But anyway, go ahead, CJ.
No, I was just saying I got to see this segment, this crystal ball thing. I'll find it, not now, but I'll find it and throw it up there. Well said, Nick. I'll put that up there. Oh, we got a super chat. Let's put this up here. Who is Marianne and Katie's community, and what do they want for that community?
From the police, I'm gonna tell you that it had nothing to do with the prison industrial complex. Nothing to do with that at all. People was like Marianne Williamson should run for president in 2024. You guys are out of your minds. She was tweeting shit, and this is not a character assassination. This is policy, right? This is not a character assassination. This is policy. She was tweeting like, "Oh my God, we can't get the troops out of Afghanistan because what about the Afghanistan women?" She was one of the people that was repeating this shit. She's one of the people that say, "Oh my God, you people that advocate for a one-state solution, you're being unrealistic. Israel had the right to exist." She said Israel has the right to defend themselves. So when someone says Israel has the right to defend themselves, they are saying Israel has the right to steal Palestinian land because that's what they're doing. So Hamas is retaliating to Israel stealing their land. So Marianne Williamson is a Zionist, and she repeats Pentagon talking points on Afghanistan. So if you're one of the people that like Marianne because she has progressive economics, that's okay. That's okay. Put her in a position where she has nothing to do with foreign policy. Why the fuck will you advocate for her to be commander-in-chief when the commander-in-chief number one power that they have is over the military? So you guys pick progressives and you guys like, let's put them in the executive office so they can be in charge of foreign policy where they're at their weakest. Like what? If you like Marianne Williamson, put her at House. I don't even want her at Senate because Senate goes on foreign policy too. So if you want her to be a politician, stick her ass in the House, man. Like council person. I don't want her involved in foreign policy and I would give her more benefit of the doubt if it wasn't for her reaction to the Afghanistan thing, because there was a ton of people on the left who liked Marianne Williamson who tried to educate her on this issue. They was like, Marianne, I think you got good intention. Let me explain why repeating Afghan women propaganda on why we should stay in Afghanistan. Let me explain why this is bad. And she just kept doubling down. Oh, so when I saw the doubling down, I'm like, okay, if you just had a bad take and then you had like Aaron Mate or anti-war people on, and then they explain the situation, and then you're like, oh damn, I was wrong on this. No, people were explaining to her why you are wrong on Afghanistan and Israel, and no matter what people tell her, she refused to change her mind. I'm done. Like, you can't have someone like that on the left being a leader. Because remember what we say, CJ, if you're on the left, you gotta be anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist. She's shaking on half of that, and then she's a capitalist too. So it's like, what are you guys doing?
Right,
so,
and this is the reason why. This is reason why I said earlier, Nick, and Nick and Liv. Reason why I said earlier, Marianne couldn't do this event without the ladies on her side. The ladies on her side is what gives her legitimacy of progressives in the left. That's why she, got these ladies to do this. Because if Marianne Williamson was the one coming out saying, hey, do this, do that, do that, nobody would even care, because leftists don't consider her a real leftist. So that's my take on it. But we're gonna play just this last section here. Oh, that's where my daughter's alarm going on. We're gonna play this last section here where Crystal has a speaking part. So to see if that's where this section is here. It's already playing, so let's see. Hang on a second here.
On the steps of the Capitol and force the extension of the eviction moratorium. We see, I think, pretty regularly on foreign policy, some courageous voices that were never there in the past when it comes certainly to Yemen, when it comes to Afghanistan. And
they're not even accurate, actually.
Well, I actually think if you want to look for an example of where electoral politics really made a difference, look at the Tea Party. There's no reason that leftists in Congress can't have the same sort of willingness to buck the media, buck leadership, force them to do their bidding as, the jerks who got elected during the Tea Party, which happens to be when I ran.
There it is.
Absolutely. As someone,
yeah, and that's the inside. That's what I mentioned earlier. Like, I'm not for this inside game. I'm for the inside game even further to the left of further militant of the a Tea Party, and that's where you're openly running, saying, I'm running as a Democrat to go in there and wreck shit. I'm running with these 50 other members across the country, and we're all running as militant Democrats. We're coming in wrecking shit. That's if you're running like that, okay. Then you're openly saying, I'm only running for this bullshit ass party, like saying those words, not a roundabout, like saying those. I'm only running for this bullshit ass Democratic Party so I can get in there and wreck shit because they're fucking shit up. Like if you talk like that, that's the inside game that I'm down for.
Hey, CJ, I want to hear someone say, "Yo, I'm only running as a Democrat so I can win. As soon as I win, I'm a ditch it. I'm gonna go I. I'm gonna.
That's what. Yeah, if you say stuff like that, I'm for that.
Yeah, I'm actually down for that. I love that idea. Like, guys, run as a Democrat. Like, I want to see it in the campaign ad. Like, yo, I'm only running as a Democrat, so you got to vote for me. As soon as I win, I'm ditching this party because it sucks. Like, I want to see that. And also,
like, I would vote. I would take a chance on that strategy. I'm not taking a chance on this strategy again. I would take a chance on that strategy.
I mentioned on Twitter before, and I said it on the show as well. I'm not interested in anyone, and in my time of watching the live stream, I didn't see it mentioned one time. I am not interested in any candidate unless you are willing to call out the CIA by name. The CIA was just caught spying on Americans and gathering data illegally without Congress knowing about it. Our Congress is the most violent institution in human history, and they are pissed because the CIA did some shit behind their back. That's the only reason we know about this, guys, by the way, because Congress, even they are like, hey, CIA, what the fuck? I know we don't give a fuck about shit, but let us know. That's literally what's going on. So if you're not a candidate that is calling out the CIA by name, if you're too afraid to do that, that shows me you're gonna be afraid of other shit too. I'm gonna talk to and I talked to Shahib Buttar a few times. I had him on my show a few times. We actually friends, and he actually passed that litmus test. That's why I'm gonna talk to him, because he's one of the few people that not afraid of saying, yeah, we need to get rid of CIA. We need to get rid of DHS. Like, if you're not there, I'm not interested. Like, if you're like, oh, I can't run on a boss to CIA because my district, I might scare the white. No, I'm not. I don't care. I'm not interested. So
let me. I want you to hear your comment on the section of the video or the live stream where Marianne Williamson is asking people to donate. So just listen to this part. Live in it.
Not only in the ways that we all know about, coming out of state houses, unfortunately, all over the country, but through these financial shenanigans. And unfortunately, the establishment forces that work within both political parties that too often peripheralize the kinds of candidates that we're talking about here tonight. So all of us have podcasts and work that we do, putting out information all the time. I love the badass panel that we have here. And the people that you will hear tonight, specifically in answer to your question. And this is where I really hope that you will look at your site and look at that donate button at seizethehouse.com. These people, by definition, do not have corporate support. And one of the things that Crystal already said, it's hard to run for office. It is brutal out there. And particularly some of these people, they are so good. If they were in Congress, they would change things. But getting there is difficult. And when we have to support them is right now during these primaries. So if you go to seizethehouse.com, or if some of you have already given, I want to thank you, have been supporting at candidatesummit.com. They go to the same place. You will see a whole bunch of progressive candidates. They're fantastic, and each of them have a video under their name. Not all of them could be with us tonight. We only have 3 hours. When you donate tonight, I just want to say this before I turn it over to my friends here. When you donate tonight, if you go to the donate button, there's a box at top, which means I just love all of them. Here's my money, and just distribute it evenly. But also, if you see some people here tonight, or if you see others on the page whose video you particularly respond to and you want to give to them individually, feel free. Please don't think that any amount is too small.
because a lot of people are watching right now. Your $5 does matter. Your $10 does matter.
Or however much you
Why,
want to give.
why
Up to
you
2,800.
why are you asking working class people?
Right.
Marianne, you're rich as fuck. She know Oprah, don't she? Like she started out she was on Oprah's book club. Like,
Yes.
bro, why are you asking working class people to donate? Ask your millionaire friends.
Right.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Ask them to donate.
No, I am literally asking, what are you guys doing? Any money is not like, even if you don't got enough, even if you're a struggling working class single mom with 2 kids, even if you barely can afford your rent, it does not matter. Anything, $5. Why are you asking us? Why are you asking us? Ask your friends. You guys all come from elite academia. You guys all come from money. Why aren't you asking your rich parents and your friends' rich parents? Like, oh, yo, I got this project, man. Can you write a check for like $1,000? Because you know you're good for it. You guys asking for money
from the poor, from the ones who need money from the government.
I would not be mad at this if there was a disclaimer, right? What the disclaimer? Hey, you guys can donate to these candidates, but there's a good chance that these candidates may funnel money to corporate Democrats. You know the thing that AOC did, where she took money from working class people and she gave it to CIA Democrats like Connor Lamb. She ran on Medicare for All. She ran on the Green New Deal. And then she took money from working class people and gave it to Democrats who did not support Medicare for All in the Green New Deal. So if you're going to do this, at least have a disclaimer like, yo, there's a good chance that this money may fund corporate candidates. If you're not doing that, this is dishonest. Absolutely. I'm sorry, but it is. Where's the disclaimer that this money may not go where you think it's going to go? By the way, if you donate, it's going to go to a DNC consultant. You know Jeff Weaver? He gets paid 6 figures to lose every election that he's been part of. And where do you guys think he gets 6 figures from? It comes from your donations.
From your donations.
Instead of donating to a food bank, you guys are like, I'm going to fund the wages of Jeff Weaver and Faiyaz Shakir. How is that a smart left movement tactic? It's not. But then Marianne Williamson can turn to her friends like, yo, I raised X amount of money for the Democratic Party. Give me access. Because now there's talk about Marianne Williamson running for president. So now when she's looking for people that endorse her campaign, she will say, yo, look how much money I raised for you. Guys, this is a grift.
I'm saying that this is absolutely a grift that is Marianne Williamson's grift, and she's gotten other people to buy in. Let's listen to a little more of what she says.
So you do what is right for you. Anything you give is appreciated. And I think when you hear these candidates tonight, you'll know why all of us have faith that if we get them to Washington, they'll change this country.
Bree is on the side looking like what?
There, which is that there are a lot of other
like, y'all lucky I owe y'all favor,
like this is not a comprehensive list tonight that you're going to meet of the great candidates that are out there. These are just the number that we could fit into this live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Bree, I wanted to ask you. We have all had our political hearts broken more than a time or two at this point. And
hey, CJ, sorry, I muted you just because of the echo.
Maybe watching the stream right
now. I was just saying, Marianne Williamson didn't laugh at that last joke.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. If you notice that Crystal Ball and Brianna Joy Gray was the only 2 people on here that are willing to break the toxic positivity that going on. So Marianne Williamson wants to create this atmosphere that everything is great. All we gotta do is follow this plan. But then Crystal and Bree like, yo, there's been a lot of disappointment. We gotta make sure we don't disappoint. And then every time they do that, it's like, Marianne, like, you motherfuckers are killing my vibe.
Yes,
because
that's the same vibe I got from her face. Go ahead.
I don't want to stop it too long, but go ahead. I'm gonna mute you just so there's not echo, CJ. So
yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna mute you when you start talking.
I just don't believe this is going to work. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to change. I believed in the squad. They have.
Did see this part. I didn't connect people saying she left right after, because she didn't. She kind of sat there and she left after the segment.
Go back a few seconds. Back a few seconds. Okay, I missed what you said a little bit
right here.
I was multitasking as a producer.
Okay, let me go back right here.
You're going to meet of the great candidates that are out there. These are just the number that we could fit into this live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Bree, I wanted to ask you, We have all had our political hearts broken more than a time or two at this point.
Marianne Williamson is not happy.
There are a lot of folks out there, some of whom may be watching the stream right now, who say, you know what? I just don't believe this is going to work. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to change. I believed in the squad. They haven't, we just saw AOC this week unwilling to even say a word against Nancy Pelosi in an interview. I just don't know that this direction is a fruitful use of time. And some people would even go further and say, in fact, by even backing people in Democratic primaries, you're sort of bolstering the Democratic Party and channeling people into a Democratic Party that does not deserve their support. So let me ask you personally, because you're sympathetic to that viewpoint.
Pause there, CJ. Would that question have came up if it wasn't for Crystal Ball? Now, once again, I'm not a giant fan of Crystal Ball, but what she did tonight was pretty goddamn based. She essentially went on the panel and was like, the squad suck and they're not doing shit for you guys. And I'm Brianna, I know you agree with me, right? That's the question. Like, it's not do you disagree with that take? It's, yo, guys, the squad suck. Brianna Joy, you're the one who agreed with me, right? And then she dipped after that.
Wait, hold on. Let me make one correction, because it was kind of quiet, but when she starts to say, I don't believe this, she's talking about another person. She says it very slow. She says a person saying that believes this, so she's not referring to herself when she says that. But if you don't, it's like she says it really low and it's quick, but she's not referring, so it's not her saying those words. She's saying a person like this that have this belief. But I think she made it that way so that
I give her props for bringing it up.
What I was gonna say is, I think it is her saying it. I just think just because it's Marianne Williamson's event and she doesn't want to throw cold water, she's just kind of saying other people think this way. You get what I'm saying? And she's saying, Bree, you kind of understand this, right? Because it's the synergy. She's knowing that you're really describing yourself, Crystal Ball, but you're saying other people. So I get what you're saying, but I just wanted to make sure people, when they retell the story, she's referring to other people, I think.
Yeah, sorry. Savvy's gonna be joining us, so we may have to pass the baton. I know you've been doing.
I'm gonna probably check out and eat dinner.
So here's the proposal. So is Savvy gonna jump on? Me and Savvy will take over the stream from here.
Okay.
I think Savvy has something she wants to say.
As long as you want. And I know your stream was in and out, so but you're welcome to stay as long as you want. If you want to dip, that's
I mostly just want to see what Savvy want to say. So
yeah.
So anyway, I'll just let you know you guys can dip when you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip out in a few minutes. Yeah. I do want to let Bree answer the question though. Let's listen to Bree's answer right here. Hang on a second. I'm waiting for it to catch up. There we go.
Are you here?
Well, that's a $64,000 question, $100,000 with inflation. And, it's something that I think the candidates are going to have to answer as we talk to them tonight. The refrain that we've gotten, and I will say, you talked about heartbreak. I was covering the 2018 midterms for The Intercept. I was there the night that AOC unexpectedly won her primary in a huge bar in Queens that was empty with maybe 20 people in it and suddenly was packed to the gills with Cynthia Nixon and all these cameras and everything. And it was exciting. We really thought things were going to change. I was on the bandwagon, right? And so when I have offered the critiques that we've all been making over the course of the last couple of years, it's coming from a place of sincere disappointment, not kind of, haterade.
Yeah.
And so when I reflect on these candidates, which seem, as promising in some ways as AOC, I think it's really important to ask them specifically whether or not they would be willing to take the kind of adversarial attitude that we expected from AOC and other squad members. Because what we've seen is that some of these biographical things that we thought were going to mean a lot didn't pan out quite the way we expected. I have a lot of respect for, certain positions that someone like Cori Bush has taken. I have a lot of respect for the kind of life she's led and the choice to pursue politics when she was experiencing homelessness in a very recent past. At the same time, we know that is not a one-to-one ratio in terms of how they're actually going to behave when they're in the House. So I think of this live stream as an opportunity to ask the questions that I think a lot of viewers have on their minds and to hear what some of these candidates think about how elected Congress people are behaving now and what they would do differently if they were in their shoes.
And I didn't hear those questions. I gotta, CJ, you can. I think that's a good time to stop it. You might
We
pause
live
it.
in a particular system. I think that none of us.
We actually, I want to hear from Kay. I want to hear Kay's response there. But
okay,
but Crystal Ball knew she had a limited amount of time, right? So she knew, and she spoke maybe 2-3 times in this whole live stream. Am I correct? Maybe 3 to 4, if right. You're muted, by the way, CJ.
4 times she spoke. Yeah, 4 times.
So she knew this was one of the questions that she wanted to ask. Pretty much highlighting how she believed the squad has been disappointing, which is pretty much a fact if you're a policy based. So then after this part, she leaves. So if it wasn't,
I think that says it all. I think it speaks to it.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Crystal Brown Joy, we wouldn't have those questions asked. And I want to, and before I'm definitive on this, I want to watch the whole thing so I can be fair. But when I watched it, Brown had a great response because she said we need to ask these candidates these questions about the squad. That's what she was saying in her response to Crystal, that we need to ask these candidates these questions so they don't disappoint us like the squad has. And from like the 30 minutes I watched, maybe me and Sabby might watch a little bit more. I did not see none of those questions.
So Nick, she did. We saw that at one point, and it was the candidate who was the military guy, and he did not answer the fucking question.
I got to see that part. Thank you, Liv.
Yeah. You got to skip through because we kind of skipped through, went to live, and went back and got some interviews. But what I'm going to do now, I'm gonna pass it to you, Nick, because I gotta get going. I'm doing 3 hours straight, so I'm.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You can dip. I'm gonna wait.
My eyes are a little watery, but I do want to apologize for those because typically I do my stream with my headset, so you don't hear that feedback. But because I had Rome earlier, that feedback you're hearing, so you may have heard feedback through different videos. Apologize for that. You still could have learned, understood, but still. I completely forgot because when you said, "Oh, I'm going to put you on mute," I'm like, "What is he?" Oh, I don't have my headset on. Anyway, apology for that. Thanks for taking over this stream. I wonder how many views we're going to get when we get off of this because there's a good amount of people, over 300 people watching now, and we just have to say, the Democratic Party, we cannot go back to the Democratic Party. We cannot. There's a different strategy. There's direct action. There's mutual aid. There's community building. All that can be done regardless. This idea that we have to participate in politics because we live here instead of just building our own community and living in spite of our government, maybe we should try that. So I'm going to leave you with that, and I'm going to take off. Thanks, Nick, and thanks, Liv. Liv, are you going to stay a little bit?
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I need to get ready for bed. I have traffic court tomorrow, so I gotta get up early for that.
Shout out. Let me give you a chance.
Anything you want to plug? Sorry, CJ.
That's what I was gonna say. Same thing. Any shout outs for you?
For me, Liv. Shout out to Rome and all the work he's doing. His event coming up in 19th in Compton with you, right, CJ?
Yes. That is correct.
That's amazing. Stay tuned for that. I'm also collabing with Rome for Tour with the Poor. I'll bring it to the East Coast, so stay tuned for that. Follow me on Twitter at Liv Romano, my name _ Romano. That's also my Fansly, which is where I'm doing most of my sex work right now. That's again at Liv _ Romano. You can follow for free and still see some of my content. Running a limited time offer to subscribe for 2, 3, or 6 months right now for 40% off. You can subscribe to my XXX tier for nudes and videos. And then I am starting to do more shows on my own YouTube channel, which is just my name, Liv Romano. And I'm always here on Wednesdays.
Absolutely. Thank you, Liv.
Thank you, Liv, and thank you, CJ, for carrying this live stream. There was all CJ's idea, so
awesome. All right, so we're checking out. Nick, you'll be by yourself for a few minutes until Sabrina joins.
Yeah, trust me, I got plenty to say.
Oh, my bad. I took the wrong person.
Okay, you guys know what time it is. Sit back. So I'm staying a little bit longer because we know Sabs is well, I guess Sabi's. Well, I guess we're gonna wrap up soon. Sabi, I want to get your. Here's my proposal, Sabi. You can join in. Give us your final thoughts on your takes on the event, on whatever, right? So, if you want to do that, I have a few things we can talk about, right? Otherwise, until you get here. So, I want to talk about my theory of change because we discussed this on the stream before, and I truly do believe the only route that we have through electoral politics should be based on a worker class movement and a worker class struggle. And if you're joining a party that is ruled by capital, and if you like, AOC is now the PR person for the Democratic Party, correct? Amazon workers just had a complaint because AOC abandoned them during their protests and their strikes, right? So we should have a movement that is based on supporting these workers, but when you work within the context of the Democratic Party, you would do shit like AOC did, like abandon those workers. When you work in the construct of the Democratic Party, which is pro-DHS, which is pro-ICE, you will abandon the struggle of the ICE detention migrants, which Biden is funding more. So there's another. I gotta watch the entire stream to make sure I'm doing an accurate coverage of this. But I didn't see any talk about Afghanistan. Like, if you're the number one struggle that we have right now, and this shows the class divide. Like, if you're more privileged, like you can focus on more like cultural war, maybe more like Medicare for all, student loan debt, even that stuff that may affect you as well. But the humanitarian crisis that's going on in Afghanistan, every single candidate needs to be asked about this. Every single candidate needs to be asked about Biden funding the military more. Every single candidate needs to be asked about Biden fracking more than Trump, expanding more in offshore drilling than Trump, right? What is your plan to action to stop the crimes of the Democratic Party? And I don't see that focus. I don't see that focus. So I want to show you guys this. I saw this earlier. This is something that anyone who's running as elected should be talking about. The Biden administration is denying entry to more than 90% of Afghans applying for emergency permission to reach the U.S. And this is while they are starving them. 20 million Afghans are starving, and they are holding their funds to give to Americans. They are saying they're going to hold the funds of Afghanistan. They're going to hold Afghanistan funds and give it to 9/11 victims' families. Even though all the people who was responsible for the 9/11 attacks was from Saudi Arabia. But they're holding Afghan money. Why is this not a question that is being asked of anyone who's running within the Democratic Party? They're not asking the right questions, right? Sabi talk about this all the time. And I want to use this time to introduce Sabi, because you always ask this question: what are you gonna do about the money, right? You say this all the time, so I'm gonna use that as a way to introduce you. We don't have to be on it for long. I want to give you time to like kind of give your last thoughts. The floor is yours, Sabi. Welcome.
Yeah. Hey, Nick. What's up? Yeah. So I was watching some of it. Like, the live stream comments were crazy, like just crazy. Like, I think here's the problem. I mean, they're talking like, from what I saw, they're talking like we never had hope. And that's not true. This is going all the way back to 2018, 2017. Like, we did have hope. Some of us canvassed for AOC. Some of us canvassed for Bernie Sanders, donated to them, made phone calls to people, knocked on doors. Like, they're acting like we've been skeptical since the beginning, and we haven't. Like, we had hope, but it's been a couple of years now, and I'm sorry, but it's unfortunate for the new candidates that are coming through, and I've interviewed some of those candidates before on my channel. It's unfortunate, though, for them, because the problem is we don't have a good example. The squad came before them, and they didn't do anything. They're not pushing anything. You got AOC out here backing and defending Nancy Pelosi. And CJ said something the other day that made a good point. He said, okay, well, AOC says she doesn't take corporate PAC money, but Nancy Pelosi does. And Nancy Pelosi is the Speaker of the House. So I just saw Nancy Pelosi go on to Face the Nation and tell them the Democratic Party is not in favor of defunding the police. So you have Nancy Pelosi speaking for the entire party. This is the problem, people. So until you get the money out, and I didn't hear anybody mention that on that stream, what are you going to do about the money? What is the strategy? What do you do when you have George Soros donating to Justice Democrats and the Sunrise Movement? What do you do when you have billionaire money still coming in? And to just dismiss it and pretend like this is not a problem, I feel like it's being very disingenuous. So the way I look at this is that they're not talking to working class people. They're not talking to the people who gave their last $5 to Bernie Sanders or AOC. They're not talking to people who canvassed to get those people elected. They're talking to the same professor or doctor or theorist or scholar. They're not talking to people of a different class. And this is why I always talk about the class divide that we have. We have a class divide on the left as well. You look at who's on the panel. Those people are wealthy. Like, we're not. Like, that's the thing. They can tell us donate to Democrats again. They can tell us give them a chance. They can tell us that not voting at all is being cynical. Because at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out, their lives are still going to be okay. People who are working class, it will not be okay for them. You cannot continue to expect people, especially those of us who are working class, people who are poor, struggling in this country, to continue to like buy into this duopoly and continue to give money to these people just to go in and be corrupted. So my question is, what is the strategy to get the money out? And nobody is answering that question. There doesn't seem to be a plan for it. I was very surprised to see Crystal Ball say what she said about the squad. But it needs to be said, I'm sorry, we don't have a good example. And that's why anybody who comes after them, it is going to be very difficult for them, Nick, because like, what are they supposed to point to? Like, we don't have people doing the right thing. AOC is out being a celebrity. She's not trying to do activism. She's not out there in the streets with people. She's trying to be a star. They lied to us about her background. They said she was just a bartender. She wasn't just a bartender. She started a startup. They said she was a poor girl, poor Latina that grew up in the Bronx. She spent part of her life in the Bronx. The rest of it, she grew up in the suburbs in New York. Tell that part of the story. Tell the part of the story that her father was a CEO of his own architect company. Tell that part. And that's what's really upsetting to me is like they made it seem like if this girl who was poor and Latina grew up in the Bronx, if she can do it, you can do it too. And they left that part out. And they didn't mention back then that she worked with Ted Kennedy. And had I known that, I would have not supported AOC. Ted Kennedy has done a lot of things, one of them including murder, which he got away with, by the way. He confessed to and was not even given time for it. Didn't even go to jail. So no, why would you want to work for someone like that? So to say that this girl made it and she had no political connections and no political aspirations, that was an outright lie. She already had political connections. She had political aspirations according to her mother. Her mom said she always wanted to be in politics and that she wanted to be president someday. Why was that part of the story left out? And when you look back on it, when they were pushing Justice Democrats, the main person they put the focus on was AOC, the girl from Westchester County in New York. And I don't know if you've ever been there, but if you go to
she got a Netflix deal.
Exactly. So that's the person that they push. They didn't put that as much emphasis on Paula Jean Swearengin. They didn't put that as much emphasis on Cori Bush. And you need to ask yourself why. And I call that suspect. And that's just crazy to me. So yes, people feel played. So please do not come to us with your millions and tell us that we need to go out and vote for the Democratic Party anyway, when we have been played, we've been lied to, and our lives have not improved.
Talk your shit. Savvy was, I'm going to tell them how I feel tonight. Savvy was, I'm going to tell them how I feel tonight. That's why I was hyped when I knew Savvy was going to join. And now we got James in the house, man. This is a fun live stream. We got James here now, and James about to drop some knowledge on us, man. How you doing,
Yeah.
brother? How you doing, brother? Can you
It's
take
good
us to church, man? Take us to church.
So, yes, ha.
I got a lot to say, but I want to hear what y'all say, though.
Okay, so I saw some of it, and I was looking at the chat, and some of the people who are in the chat are in our chat now, and they were savage. But the thing is that the crazy part is they weren't wrong, and we are constantly being told, well, you guys just gotta vote for more people. I don't have time. I don't have time. And people will say, well, JB, you guys got to get the right people in. And it's like, yeah, but I don't have time. Because what's the goal? To get, because the earth doesn't have that much time. People are still dying. Where is the sense of urgency? You see, here's the issue that a lot of times people who want to funnel into the Democratic Party do not get. I and many people who are like me, who are poor, and yes, I just reapplied for my food stamps last night. We can't afford for the same process. This is still tweaks around the edges. This is still trimming. And for us to sit here and go, well, we just need to elect more. Well, how many cycles is enough? And they're like, well, until we can get it passed. California, it has a super majority in their state house, and I think a majority in their Senate, and they have the governor, and they tried to pass single-payer health care, and they wouldn't even put it up for a vote because they didn't have the votes. And California is supposed to be the bastion of progressive politics. If California can't do it, what makes you think that we're going to be able to do it through the Democratic Party here? The Democratic Party literally runs California, and they can't even get it done there. And this isn't a defeatist attitude. This is a realistic attitude. Because we're sitting here, watching, and people constantly in the comments were going, so what are you guys going to bring up Medicare for all? I kept seeing that in the comments. I'm like,
wait, they wasn't. I saw a few people in the chat already mention. I put a few up, and I was watching. This is my disclaimer. I was watching for maybe 30 minutes. I had it in the background, so that is what my analysis is based off of, right? Yeah. But is it really true they wasn't talking about policy and Medicare for all? That's so crazy. Is that true, guys? I am asking the question. Did they really? Because when I saw it, I just saw a lot of stuff like, yo, here's my background. I come from a working class background. I'm a strong fighter, man. I would never sell out. Man, I'm a fighter, man. If you elect me, I'm gonna be the one, man. I know other people disappoint you, but I'm the one. Like, that's what I heard. I didn't hear a plan of action on how to stop the Democratic Party from funding the police more like they are doing. I didn't hear a plan of action on how we're actually going to decrease ICE funding and get the kids out of cages, like Savvy mentioned all the time. No plan to get money out of politics. Like Nina Turner, they running a campaign based on vibes because there's no strategy to beat the dark money that's going to come at the end of the campaign again. So if Nina Turner loses the same way twice, which I'm not saying that she will, if I had to guess, I would maybe make a prediction that she's going to win. But if she loses by the same way, that's how you know it's a grift. Like if they don't make no adjustments and they lose because of dark money again, they're not serious, right? But JB, I want you to finish your thought because I think I kind of interrupted you there. And we also got a super chat. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Oh, excuse me.
You can read the super chat as well if you want to.
Yeah. Cool Blue 71. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, since 1912, every time the White House switched to the Democrats, that pickup winner started his presidency with both houses of Congress in the D column. Not true with the Republicans, 1968 Nixon and 1980 Reagan. So that is a good point. Every single time the Democrats win, they win the whole shebang. And then they still fail. People have to wake up to the point that the Democrats work for the Republicans. And I've been saying that for a little while now. Because when people start to realize that, then they go, okay, so what's the plan? And then
they learn from AOC's mistake. Don't promise shit. It does seem like they was doing that, right? It does seem like they're kind of doing this thing where they don't want to overpromise no more. Because what Jimmy does when he criticizes AOC is that he plays old clips of what AOC says about how AOC like, I want to be a one-term congressperson. Now they're like, don't say that. Don't get there. So I have noticed that too. But James, go ahead.
I find it telling that they had collectively about 1,100 viewers watching live. Meanwhile, Jimmy went live at the same time, and he had about 12,000 viewers live.
But that was on that's both channels combined, though, right?
That's
JB?
both channels combined. They had about 1,100 viewers at peak time. Jimmy by himself went live, and he had about 12,000.
And like this comment says, say whatever you want about Jimmy, but are you seeing it? Are you seeing these people platform us? Are you seeing TYT platform us? Are you seeing majority report platform us? Say whatever you want about Jimmy, but he platformed my black radical ass. I was like, yeah, I think we should get rid of the police. Like this, he knew, like that's why people don't put me on. They know I'm gonna say some shit like that, right? But anyway, go ahead, JB.
But my point is, you literally had one of the top political commentators basically in all of BreadTube. You have a former commentator from Rolling Stone, former press secretary to one of the most popular presidential candidates in modern history, and another popular presidential candidate that has been on the campaign trail and on the debates. At least 4 of them. And people largely stayed away. I think that's a message that a lot of people are done with the Democratic Party. At least a lot of people who consider themselves to be on the left, which is typically regarded as the engine that drives the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. And so I think this is a kind of a coming to Jesus moment, so to speak, where you look at it and go, well, why are people feeling this way? And when you get right down to the nitty gritty of it, it comes down to, people like me who feel this. We're tired. We were hyped up when Bernie was running in 2016, got our hopes up, then it failed. We were let down. We were hyped up again when Bernie decided to run. You had somebody lie that said that they were for Medicare for all. Next thing you know, somebody asked them about the details of it. She reneged. Then you had another one who kept saying that she's for Medicare for all, but then she started to say that she was for the framing of it. And then she also tried to throw Bernie under the bus. And then you had a bunch of people who were like, oh, well, we're for Medicare for all who want it. Or they tried to sound like it. And so we watched our hopes go up again, and then it fall again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. People aren't going for another third strike. They're done. And when you're sitting here saying you just need to vote, when we literally see direct action working right now. Look at the protests that are happening all over this country.
They said the labor movement was dead. I can't let that go. I was trying to let it go, but it was like the labor movement is dead, bro. There's a record amount of strikes. There's strikes all over the country going on right now. Aren't concrete workers striking right now? Did I get that right?
Yeah.
We just covered that, right? Did I get that right?
Well, concrete workers, and also like if we're looking at last year, John Deere, the nurses here in Massachusetts got their victory this year. They were on strike for 10 months.
Savvy,
So
who's
it's like
telling people this?
But
You know,
us.
I am seeing no, Savvy. Listen, I'm legitimately curious. I am seeing people say this. Like on our last live stream, there was some guy I was responding to where he was like, "Well, the labor movement's dead. No one's protesting." I'm like, bro, there's Starbucks protest union organization, there's Amazon unionization, there are trucker protests, there are people concrete workers protests, Kellogg worker protests. So who's disseminating this talking point? And I like Katie Halper, but she said it on the live stream. Katie Halper was like, the labor movement is dead. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Who started this talking point? The labor movement is stronger than ever. Like, it's actually a resurgence.
But
Like,
they're not really a part of labor. Like, that's the thing. Like,
sense.
that's the class divide again. Like, I'm sorry, but they're all wealthy. Like, look, and some of them come from money. So if you're not talking to working class people, how do you know? Like, how do you know what's going on? Like, come on, you know how many people covered? I know Jimmy covered this. I know we did. I know Hardlands Media covered all the strikes. So it's like, again, if you get out of your bubble, you'll see what's going on. I listen to them talk about like, well, you know, the working class people, well, the people in the country, but they want this, they want that. I'm like, do you ever talk to any of these people? Do you ever see working class people on their show? Here's an idea. Why not bring on some of the people who canvass to get some of these progressive, you know, candidates in office? Why not bring on people who canvass for AOC, Bernie Sanders, the rest of the squad? Why not bring those people on for a panel discussion and get their point of view and their opinion, the people who were actually on the ground? Why not talk to the activists instead of talking to people who people in these elite circles who did no groundwork? Guys, I did a vlog. You got to go way back to find this, but I did a vlog on my channel of Bernie's rally here in Boston. That was my first like real like vlog, and I was totally pumped for his campaign. I talked to everybody about Bernie Sanders, so it just, yes, I have every right to be angry. I have every right to be disappointed. And I have every right to say I'm not doing this anymore, because you can only screw people over so many times before people get frustrated and they're just like, I'm not playing this game with you anymore. Why do I keep playing a game that we keep losing? I want to win. And that doesn't mean just by putting someone in office. That means if you put someone in there, they're going to do what they said they were going to do. And nobody is doing it. That includes Bernie Sanders, by the way, who has heavily come out and supported both Joe Biden and said Joe Biden's doing a good job. Bernie Sanders has been a big disappointment to me. And that right there tells me at the end of the day, Wall Street controls the party. So when you say you're going to come in and take over the party, you cannot do that without getting the money out. As long as Wall Street is connected, you will not be able to take over. Nancy Pelosi is the Speaker of the House. You take her out, somebody else will take that spot, and they'll still be answering to Wall Street. Nothing has improved. What have they done? No student loan cancellation. People are unhoused. People have been unemployed. People can't find work. People are not given a living wage. We don't have health care for everybody in this country. We're going through a pandemic, and your response is to tell me to go out and vote harder. You don't live in my world. You don't live in the same reality that I do. I had to take out student loans. Some of those people on that panel probably didn't because they're rich. They don't get it. They don't know what it's like to actually have to like live paycheck to paycheck. They don't know what it's like to sometimes have an unexpected expense and realize, fuck, I may not be able to pay my rent because my car is messed up. My car broke down, so I got to get that fixed. They don't know. This is what happens when you come from money. if you're not interacting with working class people, you really have no idea. And it's pitiful for them to come on. And I'm sorry, when you have someone like Sam Cedar say, I didn't donate to AOC, I didn't canvass for AOC, but all of the talking heads told us to go out and do it. Do you guys see the problem?
And they blamed us when Nina lost. Remember, Sabi?
Yep.
They blamed us.
Yeah.
God damn it. Why you guys didn't come out for Nina?
Yeah.
Why didn't you come out for Nina?
And there's something that is missed upon a lot of people, and they say, well, there is no workers, large workers strike that's going on within the country. I got 2 words for you. Great resignation. That's been in the news all the time. Just because everybody is spaced out doesn't mean that there isn't a strike going on or some type of movement going on, because you have thousands of people quitting their jobs, leaving their jobs on the spot. And now you have capitalists going, nobody wants to work. Well, guess what? That's because people are sick and tired. And now people are realizing, they're waking up. They're going, oh, wait. All right, so I can literally leave this job and then hold out and try to get something better. And they're literally using their collective power. It doesn't always have to be one collective strike in an industry. Look all over the United States. Look at the jobless numbers. Look at people who are literally quitting their jobs left and right because they're sick and tired of it. So there is literally a fervor going on within this country. The problem is that you don't have too many people that are grouping it together and going, hey, you know what? We have a very large platform. Let's go in this direction and let's do it differently than what we've been doing before. People aren't listening to you because you keep doing the same thing over and over again while expecting different results. And that's the definition of insanity. And we're sick and tired of going that route. And look, I have a family member that's homeless. I have siblings that have been subject to the criminal justice system. I am, a dialysis patient that has to get my treatments. And on top of that, I know that I have to raise money in order to get a transplant. Plus I have to do other things to qualify. So that's also a barrier against me. I have a boyfriend that has no health care. Look, most of the money that I get from disability benefits goes just to my rent. Like 90% of what I get goes to rent. And so when people look at me,
don't they
go,
put a cap on the amount of money disability people get?
Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna ask you about this, JB.
Married.
I've been learning about this recently. This is crazy. How is that not something that immediately radicalizes people? But JB, explain this for people who don't understand what we talk about. Go ahead, JB.
Okay, so if you are able to work, and if you do work, you can only make so much. Once you start to make, I think it's somewhere around like 12 or 1300 now per month. If you go 1 cent over that amount, they take away your entire disability benefits. Entirely.
How is that legal? Like, how is that even?
It's the law and Social Security.
See, here's revolutionary thought, guys. How is that legal? Oh, that's a law. No, the fuck it's not. Like, if the government does not have a legal and just mandate over us, they do not have the right to govern us. Like, that's when I heard about that shit, and I remember when JB was telling me about this, I actually knew someone. I don't want to blow up. I don't want to ruin the situation, but I used to train with this guy, and he used to be one of our coaches, but he didn't take a paycheck because he was on disability. And he explained to me, but I didn't understand it back then. But he was like, "No, I can't take a paycheck because it will mess up my disability." I didn't know what that meant back then. But he's pretty much explaining what JB is telling us. Yeah. But JB, so I didn't want to interrupt y'all. That's my anecdotal story. Yeah. But how is that legal, guys? Like, that kind of shit we need to be in the streets for. Like, that's crazy. Like, if you're just They pretty much like, if you're disabled, you gotta live in poverty. Like, you know how fucking crazy that is? That's crazy. But JB, go
I
ahead.
just want to answer this really quick. When is RBN going to interview Green Party candidates? All this going to the ether. CJ's actually planning a summit for that now. So,
yeah,
just letting you know.
And I'm down to talk to anyone. And Shahid is a friend. I'm gonna have a Shahid on very soon. I said I'm gonna ask you guys about the CIA. Shahid he called my bluff because I said I remember I said I'm not down to support any candidate unless they support abolishing the CIA. And then Shahid like, bro, I'm down to talk, bro. And I'm gonna ask you, why should people donate to you? And I asked Shahid that question before. I asked every single politician, Alexandria Hutt, when I had KRJ on, who won, by the way. I tell these people, I'm gonna ask you, why should people donate to you? And then Shahid, to give him credit, and this is why I want to talk to him. He was like, I'm down. He down for tough questions. He was talking to Misty, Comrade Misty, and she, you know how she is. She was like, Shahid, get out of the Democratic Party. I'm not gonna support you unless you're in the Democratic Party. Explain why you're in the Democratic Party. And those are the kind of questions that he wanted to take. So I got respect for him for doing that. So I want to talk to any candidate who's willing to take those questions. If you think you're gonna go on RBN, you think we're gonna run a promo for you, you got another. We are not gonna ask you, oh, tell me about your background. Are you gonna fight for the world? Nope, nope, none of that. Where you stand on the crimes of the Biden administration? Will you stand on the CIA because the CIA is spying on the American people? Do you support about? Like, I'm asking you like straight up hard questions, and if you waver on that, hey, our audience can decide if they want to support you at that point. But that's my take on interviewing candidates. Anyone else want to chime in?
Well, I just wanted to also point out that back to the point about disability. Also, if I wanted to marry my boyfriend, I would literally lose my disability benefits.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Guys, come on, see. That's why I said
crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah. I don't even have a. That's crazy. Like,
yeah,
that the government should not have a mandate to rule over us with these unjust laws. Like, these are basic concepts that philosophers have spoken about for. It did not even Marxist concepts, really. Like, the government lose the social contract. They lose the right to govern us once they impose unjust laws.
Yeah.
When you hear that alone, the disability shit, that's unjust, man. Like, and I don't give a fuck how like conservatives like, oh my, you can't have uprising. Like, fuck that, man. These people don't have the right to govern us with laws like that. Like, they don't have the right to govern us with civil asset forfeiture on the book. But JB, what you want to
add? There's also that the tax for Social Security, you can only be taxed for Social Security up to an income of around, I think, close to $140,000. So a lot of the income that the super rich make, most of what they make, they don't get taxed for Social Security on it. So that being said, like, for instance, if you see your paycheck, you're going to see Social Security getting taken out. Guess what? Up to about $140,000. So all those other millions of dollars that people may make per year, they're not taxed on it for Social Security. Now, we do know that MMT, about that, and is paid for through federal dollars, and we do know that. But the premise, I mean, the principle is that they barely pay anything into it anyway. If it was the way we thought it was. And then if they really wanted to, they could just raise Social Security benefits and retirement and disability to a living income. But they don't want to do that, because then that means that they would see people like me and others as fully human.
But you know what, too? Another thing that I noticed that I feel that needs to be addressed more when you're trying to get someone to vote for the Democratic Party, we need to talk about what's going on with foreign policy with the Democratic Party right now, because I talked about this earlier on my show tonight. We have sanctions on Afghanistan, and people in Afghanistan are starving because of U.S. sanctions, because of the sanction put on by the U.S. government. This is during Biden's administration now. We can't blame Trump for this. And now you have Joe Biden. I just saw him in a press conference the other day threatening to issue sanctions on people in Russia. So that is a problem with the U.S. government. What right now the Biden administration is doing with foreign policy, you need to address the police state, the fact that the Democratic Party is, increasing funding to the police in this country after they did that gesture of kneeling in kente cloth after George Floyd died. They haven't done anything to fix the police system in this country, the criminal justice system in this country. Black people who are unarmed are still being shot and killed, but you want us to continue to vote for Democrats. And I didn't hear anything about, someone put this in the chat, has said this in the chat, something about a Black agenda. I didn't hear anything about any type of policies that are going to be done to help Black people. I didn't hear about the reparations, nothing about the public school system.
They will never
Like,
ask them those
what?
tough questions. Never.
No. So I'm just supposed to vote for you because you're the lesser of two evils? Like, give me a freaking break. Give me a freaking no. When is enough enough? I'm not just going to vote for you because, like, Katie Halper mentioned this earlier tonight. And, like, I like Katie and all, but she said that, like, one person has cleaner hands. I don't want cleaner. I want what's right. I want all of it. Like, we can't just keep continuing to settle for less. Like, that's not good enough for me. I'm sorry, but nobody is talking about any type of policy for Black people. I'm not hearing about reparations. I'm not hearing about this public school system, fixing these schools, the crime in the community, which is connected to the poverty problem in this country. I didn't hear anything about the poverty issue. I'm not hearing about capitalism. And that is a problem for me. It needs to be addressed, and people don't want to talk about it. All they want us to do is just push these candidates through. What's the point of putting them there if our lives are not going to improve? What is the point? What is the plan for the police state? Do any of them have a plan about the criminal justice system? About these police officers killing unarmed Black people? Come on, we just had another one, Amir Locke. When does it end?
They never asked about the Democrats are openly running on expanding the police budgets, and they took money from the CARES Act and they funneled it to local police departments. Why is that not a question that is being asked to the progressive candidates? What is your plan to stop the Biden administration from doing this? It's always Republican fear-mongering. The Republicans are not governing. It's the Democrats that are funding the police more. They're the one that are funding apartheid. They're the one that's funding genocide. They're the one who's funding the maniacs on ICE that are sexually harassing migrants and denying them medical care. You guys know that there have been people at ICE detention centers that they've been on hunger strike. The reason why they've been on hunger strike is because they have been refused medical care. A lot of them became sick, and then a lot of the people in ICE, they're like, we don't give a fuck, whatever. You guys get over it. So they decided to hunger strike in order to protest and raise awareness over this. And you guys know the response of the Biden administration? The Biden administration's ICE was force-feeding migrants. That's a war crime. That is a forced medical procedure, which liberals, they love that now, don't they? They love them some unforced medical procedures, don't they? I'm going to give you guys the receipts here soon. But this is not Trump's ICE. Joe Biden's ICE was force-feeding migrants who was hunger striking because of their poor conditions. Where is the coverage and conversation on this among the progressive circles, which I have been following as a citizen journalist? What is your message? It's been nothing but toxic positivity. Kumbaya, let's hold hands, donate to this fund, let's get elected, we're gonna change things. There's no conversation about the crimes of their party. We gotta frame it that way. It's their party. Stop flipping the conversation about Republicans and this fucking this white supremacist ghost you're chasing. You guys are like calling everyone a white supremacist, but you guys are literally aligned with them.
Yep.
Joe Biden is a white supremacist. Nancy Pelosi is a white supremacist. They are funding the police more after inviting George Floyd to the White House. They wrote a bill in his name that gave the police more money. They lobbied and got public support for the CARES Act because they said they're going to take care of you in the middle of a pandemic, and then they turned that money over and gave it to the police. But you guys want to call other people white supremacists? Can we get serious? That's who they want you guys to vote for. That's who AOC was funding with your money. And AOC just had an interview. When she was asked about Nancy Pelosi, did she say any of the criticisms that I just brought up? No. She chose her side. They are class loyal. We got to start being class loyal. When are we going to start waging a class war back at them?
Yep.
They stolen. Billionaires have made trillions of dollars in the middle of this pandemic. And you know the working class has taken $1 trillion in debt last year? Last year, we took $1 trillion in debt. Is there a plan on how we're going to have a strike to fight this class war? Are the progressives talking about that? No. They're talking about voting for Nancy Pelosi for speaker again.
Yep.
Do you see the difference? We're not being assholes. We're not just criticizing them just to criticize them. This is a giant problem. The U.S. left is considered a laughingstock. Global socialists in the global south are winning national elections. Vietnam communists defeated imperialism twice. China is completely rebuking capitalism by having a market socialist economy. Guys, we are considered a joke by leftists and activists all over the world because we are being led by these boutique leftists that have no revolutionary discipline. It's nothing but vibes. Nothing but vibes. We're going to have a good time. Yo, believe in the power of change, the power of friendship. That's what it is. Go ahead, Sabi.
I was just going to say, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction. And I said this on my show earlier tonight. Let's say, this is not against the candidates. It's the system that they're going into, and it's the money problem for me. But let's say like 3 or 4 of them win and get into the House, right? So now you have more progressives in the House. This is what I predict is going to happen. Let's say those 3 or 4 that get in actually do start to push back and actually do cause a ruckus. Okay, great. Now your numbers should multiply because you just added another group of progressives in the House. I predict what's going to happen is that the people who came before them, the Squad, the Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, they are not going to join them when it comes to voting for legislation. So what's going to happen is you're going to have greater numbers of progressives in the House, but we're still not going to win or beat any legislation because the people who came before them don't have the balls and don't have the guts to push back and fight back. We see them doing this right now. They're not going to change because 3 or 4 people get in. No, they're looking out for their careers now. I told you AOC is backing Nancy Pelosi now.
Abby, how do you think the Progressive Caucus got how it is right now? That's literally how the Progressive Caucus became how it is. They start off as progressives, and then when their number grow, all of a sudden they're not voting with you no more.
Yep.
Your prediction, Savvy, is on point. I love that prediction. That's on point.
That's why I said when they complain about the numbers, I'm like, we have the numbers that we need now, and they're not doing
the numbers. That's such a great point. And you mentioned this before. Like we're using the scientific method. Like you guys say you love science so much, but a lot of you guys don't understand how science works. You guys know how the scientific method works. You do trials, right? And I have been fooled many a times because I am following the scientific method. I used to believe in taking over the Democratic Party. I tried twice. I literally was canvassing in multiple states for Bernie, giving speeches in black barbershops, flipping people left and right. I used to buy this strategy. But so if you're following the scientific method, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do this trial. I'm gonna try this method out and see if this method works. And through trial and error, I'm like, oh shit, taking over the Democratic Party is not working. Not only is it not working, it's counterproductive because the party is actually shifting to the right. So, like, if you're actually looking at hypothesis is if we try to take over the Democratic Party, we can shift the party to the left. That was my hypothesis I used to believe in.
Yeah.
Then after 4 years of trials, we see the party shift to the right. Okay, change the strategy. We see the squad sell us out. Okay, change the strategy. That is what we were trying to do. And they were trying, despite seeing the failed trials that we already tried, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna do it again." No, we're not gonna change. We're not gonna change the variables. We're not gonna do none of that. We're just gonna do the same strategy. And I'm even for changing the variables. Like me and CJ mentioned before, like even if you're gonna run a Democratic Party, say I'm running a Democratic Party, and I'm gonna leave when I win. That's a different variable, right? Like I'm all for it. I said if you're in a red, deep red area, try to run in the Republican Party. If you're in a deep, that's another variable, right? Like so, trying the same shit over and over again is dumb. And it doesn't seem to work. But a lot of people got a vested interest in doing this. And honestly, when it comes to Marianne, there are a lot of talks of her running for either Senate or for president. And when I look at it and I know how politics work, she's gonna be able to tell people, "I raised this much money for you because I did this event. Can you endorse me?" That's just my take. I'm sorry, but that's why I honestly see what's happening here when I see these events and she asking working class people to donate. It's a political calculation. And once again, JB, do you have anything you want to add? Because there's another good point you made about the vote and the voting.
Well, there was something said about voting doesn't take time, but that's not true. Like my friend said she stood in line for 10 hours in Atlanta to vote in 2020. I mean, it's just like you're asking people to give up so much, and not everybody gets election day off from work, especially people who don't have like a regular 9 to 5. Like actually, I never got election day off either. Like it's like some people have to take the day off just so that they can vote, and not knowing how many hours they're going to be standing in line.
Can we talk about how the Democratic Party rigs primaries? If that's the case, then why would you run in a party that's going to rig it to make sure that you don't win anyway?
You want? I can add to that. You want to talk about the progressives that are helping the Democrats rig the primaries? Why no one talking about that? Christine, I give her all the props. I know Christine. She was on the summit with Marianne. I just heard her call out. She said, "Yo, I'm calling out the working class party. They're like AOC, like a lot of these progressives. They're not endorsing a lot of these candidates. They're even primary and corporate Democrats. So they don't even believe in their own strategy. AOC not even endorsing these people.
No, she's not.
So you guys not even following your own strategy. So
She's
they're
only.
So JB, and I'll get you right here, Sabi, but to JB to raise you one, it's not only the Democrats are rigging the primaries, the progressives are complicit in it because they're allowing them to blacklist their campaigns, right? But Sabia, you about to say something? I want to get JB back in here, and I have another point I want to make after you guys.
She was in Texas endorsing Jessica Cisneros, but the only reason she's endorsing her because Jessica Cisneros is running as a Democrat. And FYI, I do have the financial receipts on her, and she also was taking billionaire money. Like I'm sorry,
What?
it just
What?
yes.
What?
People send me this stuff. Like that's why I know. Like when I talk about this stuff on my stream, is because I already have the receipts. So. She's already taken corporate PAC money. We got to go back and remember things too. Like, why didn't AOC endorse Cori Bush? Why don't people talk about that?
Because she got friendly with William Lancey Clay. A lot of people don't talk about that. As a Missourian, I followed that story, and that was one of the things that was like, all right, AOC, fuck you. Like, what? So she endorsed Cori Bush. Just to answer your question, Sabby, she endorsed Cori Bush the first time, and then the second time where Cori Bush actually had a better chance, she decided to go with William Lancey Clay, the person who was bought off by St. Louis police unions. That's why Cori Bush and the Black Lives Matter activists was going after him in the first place. But AOC decided to not join that race because William Lancey Clay gave a tepid endorsement of the Green New Deal. No one covered it. I covered this on my show. I had no subscribers back then, but I covered this on my show a long time ago. I was like, that was their reasoning. She was like, William Lancey Clay endorsed the Green New Deal, so I don't want to piss him off. That's corruption. That's corruption. Anyway. There's another point I want to mention, and I will give you guys thoughts on this, and we can begin to wrap up here very soon. This is like a special 4-hour stream where we had like two legs. Like we had the first team, then the second team, we came out and we carried the stream at the end. So there's a point I want to make, and I made this around after Nina Turner lost her election, and I actually made this point when I was on the Jimmy Dore show, and I remember when I explained to the progressives, because a lot of progressives, they are the biggest Jimmy Dore fans of all, right? So they all watch the stream, and I gave the reason why Nina Turner lost, and I said Nina Turner lost because of AOC and the squad, and the reason why you didn't have Nina Turner have grassroots activists out in the streets and get people registered, which is why they have low voter turnout, is because AOC and the squad disappointing grassroots activists. Because despite what you guys want to say, the Twitter cheerleaders, the people who retweet AOC, the stands, they are not the ones in the streets. We are. I quit my job and I canvassed for Bernie in multiple states. And you see, we are the ones who are most critical because we are in the game. We are the one who sacrificed. Do you guys think the AOC stands are the one who are really canvassing? Do you think they are the one who actually was the power behind this movement? No, they was not. It was us. That's why we're pissed, because we put in a lot of work and you guys disappointed us. So I explained on Jimmy Dore's show, Nina Turner lost because she didn't have grassroots enthusiasm she needed because the squad disappointed people, right? So now we are seeing that effect. And Sabby, you actually mentioned this before as well. We are seeing this effect magnified because now we're seeing the squad. Ilhan Omar pissed off a lot of like Somalians in her area for imperialist voting record. Palestinians are calling AOC out. You have anti-war activists calling AOC out. Now that they have a longer voting record that can be criticized, now not only is there like apathy, because that was the problem at first. The problem was apathy, but it's not just apathy now. It is hostility. It's hostility because you guys voted for the Iron Dome. It's hostility because you guys are carrying water for Joe Biden, right? So you guys see the difference between apathy and hostility. So now a lot of these candidates, like I said, I like Christine. Like I actually talked to her, and you see how she criticized the progressive establishment during her time when she was on the summit. These people are being hurt because they're running also as Democrats. They can't criticize AOC in the squad, right?
Right.
So now people are putting them in the same group with AOC in the squad who turn people off. So a lot of these candidates are being hurt, like Sabby said. That pretty much a long explanation of what Sabby was saying. They're being hurt by the failures of the squad. And now to wrap it up with a ribbon, explain how ridiculous the political strategy the progressives have been pursuing has been. So I have explained multiple times, when you have Pramila Jayapal, when you have AOC apologizing for Joe Biden, I am asking you guys, what does that accomplish? Joe Biden is historically one of the most unpopular presidents in modern American history. So explain to me the political strategy of you aligning with him. So you should be on the front line criticizing him so people will see you as an active resistance to the Biden administration. But instead, people see AOC, Bernie Sanders, and the progressives as just another arm of the Biden administration because they have been. So I am telling you guys, how is this a good political strategy? When you see people say they don't want to donate and they are turned off on electoral politics, this is why. Is this the analysis you hear on these live streams when they pretend they don't know why people are pissed off? Oh my God, people are pissed off on electoralism. We don't know why. I just explained why. JB, you have anything else? And we'll wrap up in like 8 minutes so we can read the super chat and a few more comments. And JB, I want to get you in here as well. That's really the last real final conclusion I have on the topic. JB, you have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I was just looking at AOC's favorability rating within the United States. This was taken in February of 2022. Very favorable is at 14%. Somewhat favorable.
Sorry, James. Go ahead. That was a reaction.
The somewhat favorable is 18%. Somewhat unfavorable is 9%. Very unfavorable is 33%. And don't know 27%.
They have no idea what they're doing, guys. even if you agree with taking over the Democratic Party, their strategy is shit. How does aligning with Biden and Nancy Pelosi help you out in the public view? It doesn't. So you guys understand the numbers that JB is sharing. That's around the same number as Nancy Pelosi. AOC is almost as and not as bad, to be honest. It's like within the margin of error. I think AOC is like maybe 3 or 4 points higher, but that is not good. She's around the same amount that Nancy Pelosi is. And I remember this week I had a Sam Cedar stand who was arguing against me, and he said the squad was popular, and he was saying that the squad support popular policy. So my question to them was, how can it be possible for you, AOC, to support Medicare for all? You support all these popular policies. How do you support popular policies, but you're as unpopular as Nancy Pelosi? How does that happen? Say whatever you want about Bernie Sanders, but Bernie Sanders has been one of the most popular senators for years.
Yep.
Years. So at least there's decent political strategy coming from Bernie. AOC in the squad, they have no idea what they're doing. Once again, that's not an endorsement of Bernie, but it's a fact that Bernie has been the most popular senator for years because Bernie actually had decent strategy, at least formally. Now I think he's been crazy recently. But AOC, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing.
Also, I have a question. Why is it when it comes to questions about foreign policy, why out of all the people that are a part of the squad or progressives in the House, why do they only interview her? I don't see them interview Ayanna Pressley, Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. When they're asking questions about foreign policy, they always interview her.
I know why, Savvy. I can answer it real quick because she got 12 million Twitter followers. And I raised the flag last year. I told you guys, AOC accepted the job as the PR agent of the Democratic Party. She goes out there and take the tough question. Why do you guys think we get so many embarrassing clips of AOC? We're not getting embarrassing clips of fucking Chuck Schumer being asked about the Cuban embargo because it's not his job to take those questions. AOC's job, because she's popular, she's young, she's attractive, people like her. She's supposed to come out there and explain why the Democratic Party is shit. So that didn't answer your question directly, Sabby, but go ahead. I'll pass it right back to you, Sabby, and then we get back to some chats.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's just something that I've noticed that they don't even promote like that's the thing. Like they really made her the celebrity. They don't focus. How often do you hear from Ayanna Pressley? And by the way, she was in my district, so when she ran, I voted for Ayanna Pressley. Like, how often do you hear from her? How often do you hear from Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar? Like, it's always AOC.
It is. And I made a point. It's easy. It was easy to sound super anti-establishment and take chances when you had Donald Trump as president and you had Bernie spearheading the movement, right? So then you have Bernie as a shield and you had Trump to fall on, but now you have no Trump. You have no Trump shield, and Bernie does not have nearly the relevance he used to have. Like now it's AOC is the leader now. So you can't hide behind Bernie anymore, and you can't fall on the Trump card anymore. So now they're being exposed as the ineffectual leaders with honestly, like they're like chicken with their head cut off, right? So even if you disagree with me on strategy, I can still analyze your strategy and explain what you're doing wrong. I don't even agree with taking over the Democratic Party. But if you're going to take over the Democratic Party, the tactics they are using does not make sense. Like, even if you agree with that, it doesn't make sense what they've been doing. But James, do you have anything you want to add? Because we'll get to final thoughts here soon. There's a super chat here. Thank you, Cool Blue, for the 199. Sorry, not vote for. You said this one first. So you said I could also consider what has become a loyal Democratic voters. Numerous are cheering for something in way of fascism. That's a party I will vote for. I will not vote. So that's, and then you said, and that way you corrected. So you said you would not vote for a party that cheered on fascism. And I gotta remind you guys, try to dismiss the noise because look at Biden's approval rating. You guys gotta remember a lot of people vote out of cultural habit. When Joe Biden approval rating is as low as it is, in order for his rating, I don't remember the exact number. If you guys know, let me know. I think it's like 30%. What was the number? I don't, but I know he like broke the record.
34.
It's like 34. In order for him to be that low, he lost people that vote for him.
Yep.
That's a good thing. So that means people who maybe they just voted for him because my daddy vote for Democrats, my mama vote for Democrats, my granddad vote for Democrats. So I'm gonna vote for Joe Biden. Those people are being lost. When you see that morning consult for the first time recorded that 50% of registered voters are independent, and they've been tracking that ever since the early 80s. For the first time, they see that. So that's movement. So will people get Trump derangement syndrome again? We see. Because I thought people was done after Barack Obama, to be honest. So and I thought people, and looking back at it, I thought people would be done after Clinton. I wasn't around back then. Like as an activist, I was like in grade school. But looking back, I thought people would be done after that. I thought people would be done after 2008. But you never know, man. Propaganda is crazy. But I think we got to all the super chats. I appreciate
Did you get to the
Go ahead, Sabby.
There's some that are starred.
All right, so yeah, I want to make sure. Okay, I want to make sure I get through all of them. JB, you want to read this one?
Yeah, sure. This is from Marco. Thank you for the super chat. He says, my thought has been that capitalism is racism and many more isms that sell survival, using money and networks to cover it all up, while the descendants and families continue the legacy.
Yeah, that's well said. And this is what our channel is meant to do, is to highlight this part. And I make a lot of people uncomfortable because a lot of people, there are a lot of white liberals, a lot of white progressives, where they want to do this thing where they're like, oh my God, the trucker convoy are white supremacists. You're a white supremacist if you don't support my agenda. And my question is, why are you assuming you're not racist? Now, if you're voting for Jim Crow Joe, if you still calling yourself a capitalist to your bones, right? And we know capitalism enables racism, how can you be the judge, jury, and executioner on who is a white supremacist or not? That's all I'm saying. So thank you guys for watching. Sabby, you got any projects you working on that coming up soon?
Oh, I think JB said there's
one more. Go ahead, take over, JB.
Well, I just wanted to get the point I wanted to put out. I want people to, this is going to sound weird, but be grateful that Biden's the president. Because now you know who was really full of baloney and who wasn't. Because now you're seeing that because you don't have them to fearmonger Trump, now that Biden's in, you're now seeing what they're all about. So we have to take that in stride and be thankful that we now see people for who they really are. Because guess what? Biden is just a corporatist, and they're going along with the corporatist. Look, if I was somebody like AOC and had the following that she had, I would have a bully pulpit, and I would make it so that I'm more popular than him. And I would literally drive the president. And people can't say, oh yeah, that's not possible. Look at Joe Manchin. He seems to be driving the narrative. So why can't they? The thing is that they don't want to drive the narrative. It's either one, because they never really believed it in the first place, or two, it's because they've been rubbing shoulders with the people who are in a higher tax bracket. And they've been rubbing shoulders with them. And then they've been getting influenced by their ideas. And these ideas of thinking, oh, well, we just got to trim around the edges. And so this is what happens. The grift is in the drift. I want you guys to remember that. The grift is in the drift. Because once they get in, they start to drift away. And next thing you know, thanks, Gloose, Flora Fauna, for the super sticker. They start to drift away, and then you get the results that you see here. And so this is one of the reasons why we are looking at other options rather than being in the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm. Anything you want? Any last thoughts you have, Sabby? Anything you want to promote? Anything else you want to wrap up the stream with?
Oh, just that tomorrow is roundtable, so I'll be back here for that, and then the Sabby show on Friday, and yeah, and then I have a show on my channel on Friday too, later on Friday evening. And just get ready. Women's Summit is next weekend already. I can't believe that. I'll be going on a couple of shows next week to promote that. So stay tuned.
I appreciate everyone for watching. If you're enjoying the content, please consider supporting us on Patreon. That's the best way to support our independent network. And we got to go ahead and 15,000 subscribers before our 1-year anniversary, which is April. We are still a network that is less than a year old. So that's our goals. I hope you guys can support us. As for me, I will be on the roundtable as well. We got a lot of fun stories to talk about. We got a few good ones. We got a few good ones, guys. So it's gonna be a good roundtable. I also have International Leftist Coalition has moved to Thursday night. So I will be back on for International Leftist Coalition Thursday night panel with Dr. Kareem Batesh, Dr. Peter Beatty. Friday show, Sabby will be on here on Revolutionary Blackout as well. My Saturday show, Dr. Luna Oil will be joining me. And I'm working on Ron Pacone for Monday for Nick and CJ. And then who am I forgetting? I got someone else too I'm working on. Anyway, my point is we got a lot of great guests. Who's next Friday? Fuck. I just scheduled something for next Friday. Fuck. Anyway, sorry, it's been a long stream. Anyway, my point is we got a lot of great guests coming up. So stay tuned. Thank everyone for watching. This is Revolutionary Blackout. Sign out. Take care, guys.